Hello, hello. Why am I echoing? Let's see. Oh, I know. Let's see. Oh, I kicked myself out. I am just coming back, everyone. Um, just to catch up, check up, and see what JLR's into. Was. Let's see. Is he still live? Oh, nope. He has ended his live. So I am going to back it up a little bit and see. He was going to drive out to Annie and Tomas's earlier. So let's see.
I'll tell you what, I'm switching rental cars. I'm going to be in a Nissan Rogue next. We're running a Rogue, Nissan Rogue. So I had a Jeep.
There.
I'll
So,
tell you,
want to catch
crazy
up
thing
with
about
me?
rental cars. So I had a Jeep, had to bring it back 10 o'clock tonight. So I look to extend into next week. And they quoted me $850 for like 5 days. So I'm like, whoa. And then so what I did was just went back up and looked at new rentals. And then I see a Nissan Rogue for 5 days.
The channel
for $300.
That has been.
So I'm like, I'll just go down the airport, switch off, and save myself big time money. See, that's what I mean, if you're in the area, because sometimes you rent cars for a certain amount of time, thinking, hey, you might go home or whatever like that. So I do it like every 3 days or whatever like that. But I feel like this is going to be here for a while. Not only, even if it gets solved tomorrow, tonight, we still got a lot to cover here, and it's not fully over. So,
and I have found out
he's a
interesting stuff about the old sheriff.
He's law enforcement, former law enforcement. We got another one. No way. Yes.
Bailey from Texas.
Bailey from Texas. Thank you. Thank you. What is it? Bailey from Texas. Oh my goodness, Bailey from Texas. What a hot meal. Look what Bailey from Texas sent me. She sent me drinks before. Now she's sending me Bailey. Thank you very much again, Bailey from Texas. Look. Oh my God. Look at this. Bailey from Texas sent a burger. I'm going to eat it, Bailey, just for a second. I won't eat while I'm on camera all like that. But oh my goodness, look at this. Holy smokes. Look at this. This is insane. Look at this burger.
Hi,
all right,
Godfather.
Bailey,
how you doing? Happy Valentine's Day week to you, too. I'm trying to get
my goodness. It is so delicious. Thank you. I'm going to eat it. I'm going to turn the camera around and eat it, Bailey from Texas. Thank you, Bailey. It's delicious. Anytime I'm starting to do, when somebody sends me something, I'm starting to eat, at least show them. I'm very grateful. This is a fat burger. Look at this burger. Holy smokes. Breaking news. Look at how big this burger is. It's juicy. Look at this thing. It's like a double burger here. Where'd it come from? Where'd it come from?
Let's see. I think I've got it. Hi, Duck Girl.
Food.
Hello.
Holy smokes.
Tried to kind of I'm so tech challenged, but I think I've got this. I've just got to get it to not echo.
Right, Bailey? Bailey's like, you need to eat.
But I don't hear myself anymore, so I think I'm okay. Am
Like a 2-pound burger.
am I echoing at all?
So I took some bites out of it, Bailey. I'll eat the rest in a bit, but I'm going to eat this later for sure. Oh, yeah.
Switch these around.
Plant-based foods today, burgers. You guys are doing, thank you. And I don't need anything else, folks, please, tonight. No, I don't need anything else. I don't need anything else tonight.
I've been feeding him. I mean,
I
it's cool that he went out there and like it's following the story.
Back out at 4 or 5 a.m. So that's what we're doing. What we're doing, folks, is planting a camera here, chit-chatting about the case, bringing public awareness, let everyone just share their thoughts, speculations, what they think's going on. Also, while news reports come out, what's going on, we're dumping it into the chat.
Hi, breaking news.
Latest developments. We're seeing.
Okay, cool. Thank you, Godfather.
And
yeah, I'm
following this case. That's what we're doing. That's what we're going to do each and every day.
Driver was really nice and got me
like a 1-pound burger. Oh.
Month subscription to StreamYard just to try. Let's see if I
but now the news reports
liked it,
and it doesn't look good for Sheriff Nanos.
I figured out how to.
Looks like he's withholding stuff from the FBI, and there was a key piece of evidence found in the house, a glove.
Yes.
Or some indoor somewhere. I don't know if it's Nancy's home or if it's the other home, Tommaso and Annie's, but a glove, and instead of giving it to the FBI, he takes it to a private lab. Why don't you get now the FBI has to get it back, and they have to do
a private pay lab
analysis, which they say takes time, crucial time.
The FBI offered to take
Sheriff
his evidence to Quantico.
Cooperate or even want the FBI out there. Thanks, guys. Nice meeting you.
And who was it? I think it was Stone the other night that was talking about.
It's crazy.
She thought it would all go to Quantico.
But why isn't there cooperation between Nanos and the FBI? Why did he do this?
My phone.
Again.
I'm using StreamYard, so I can have my face up, and then I can have my phone hooked on, and I just used my other YouTube account.
Find a picture of Nanos here. He never even came.
I put myself in as a guest, so I can have both. I can talk, nails, and then I can play something.
Literally.
So, because I wanted to be able to do both, all of that.
It's scary. It's scary. Nancy deserves better. You get coordination, get the FBI in here at first, all partnering agencies working together.
Well, from what I hear,
share with the FBI.
The sheriff's got quite an ego.
The burger is from Bailey. Bailey says
oh, no worries, breaking news. I got to do that too later.
Burger in Arizona. Shout out to Uptown Burger in Arizona. Burger is from Uptown Burger. Shout out to Uptown Burger.
Yeah, somebody delivered him this giant stinking burger.
Because I was going to save it for later, but I'm literally taking another bite because it's good. Here we go. And I can't even put this thing in my mouth. It's like, dude, you know how big this burger is? One more time. You know how big this burger is? You can't even get, you literally can't get the burger in your mouth. Uptown Burger. Delicious. Thank you, Bailey. Again.
This is gonna be over shortly, so so no worries. I'm just catching up on this because
it's like a 1-pound burger.
I left earlier and I had to go put dinner.
I got
in bed, all that
stuff.
So
well, I gotta get in hold of my drone guy too.
I'm not doing anything yet.
Transfer him.
No worries.
So we can get the drone footage from above the sky above me and Tommaso, so we can see what's up with that.
I'm just setting up everything up.
I'm gonna put this in my vehicle. I think we're gonna head over to Annie and Tommaso's before we end the stream and just see what's popping over there. It's not over. A comment that came up, popped up from Angela. Thank you. Q8E.
that. Where is? Well, that's how live coverage goes. So it's one of those things where I guess you gotta kind of be into it to be able to follow along. Because to be able to play someone else's stuff, which that's what I'm doing, he's given permission, but you have to follow fair use guidelines, which is giving commentary during the broadcast. So and he was just talking about a cheeseburger, so you weren't missing anything. When there's important stuff, if he's giving details about the crime, anything like that, any updates, anything like that, then I don't speak. But right now he's standing because he never sits out in front of the house of Nancy Guthrie. There's been some activity there today. And I found out some interesting things about the sheriff. Oh, that's cool. That's very cool. I don't know what we're doing for Valentine's Day. Probably not much. We have a little kid, so whatever it is, it'll have to be kiddo friendly. Let me find this. Yeah, so since I was off, I have found out that the Sheriff Nanos, blocked the FBI from taking evidence, which was like a glove this is a different glove than the glove that was found over on Campbell Avenue. This was a glove that I believe was in the house. And some other critical evidence.
I'm back, folks. I had to put some other things in the vehicle. But yeah, the scene is still active out here. They're literally still active out here with media everywhere. I mean, it's not as intense as it is, but
taking it to
Quantico is filled with media, and they're just now in their cars. I guess they're behind me. We got like News Nation and them reporting behind me.
I'm just gonna do one hand tonight, by the way, like usual. So
reporting. They got all the cameras out here. Wow.
But I found out some other little.
All right, so
oh gosh,
again, sheriff's getting.
We don't really know anyone that can babysit.
Sheriff Nanos with the bombshell breaking stuff, like not giving FBI over key pieces of evidence, taking matters in his own hands.
I don't have any family that lives close, and we don't really know any teenagers, and my oldest can't be alone with him that long. Like I can do a quick store run or something, like to the local small grocery store, but that's okay. That's what you got to do sometimes. So
this is insane.
And honestly, the little one treats me better out of anybody anyway. So
you still stick around and see what pops up. But
what am I doing? Oh, that's what I was doing. I was switching post. But yeah, so one of the things that I found out was that this sheriff apparently had gotten in an argument with the helicopter pilot in their county. And as a punishment.
You know who just followed me on Twitter? Brian Stelter. CNN.
Oh,
Brian
he's getting
Stelter,
all the
CNN
connections with all these news reporters he's meeting. But yeah, so he put this guy on patrol.
So I'm looking to see what would effective in this situation in boots on the ground is continue to search X. A lot of people posting things and newest on this case. Plus, a lot of people are sending me messages via X about what's going on or what's the latest and everything like that. So it's very helpful. It's very useful, so we can share. Again, information all over the place. Throw it into the chat.
Yeah. Didn't want to put that in the wrong one. I usually try to give extra 4s and 6s or 7s. Or smaller, like the little.
The drones are still up.
For tinier pinkies.
Drones are still up.
But, so that would explain the shortage of helicopter pilot that he was talking about. And another thing that I found was when he was running for office, I'll look again to see what year it was. He was putting his...
This is what it sounds like in front of Nancy Guthrie's home.
Running mate on leave. I don't know. I heard that they are no longer together, but I don't know that. I don't like
That's a big drone.
Like watch him on a regular basis. I usually have just seen him like during big cases, but I know I did see in his chat.
That's a different drone.
People asking.
It's a loud, big drone. Like the other
You know
drones
what I
are like
want to know.
Little jets, private
What
jets.
about the
this
dog?
is like a 747 jumbo.
What happened to the dog?
Dude, that's a big drone.
Because didn't he buy her a dog for Christmas?
Still got media here, but it does appear a lot are leaving. So that's the last car out there, as you know, during the day. It'd be all the way down the street. Still got people out here. Still got the lights on the house. Looks like it's winding down up there.
See, that's a hard thing about being in a relationship, and like if.
But again, like these FBI or these
if you don't stay together and you get
investigators, different agencies could come back at any given time. Considering last night they came here at 2 to 5 a.m. in this general area. I think since I have to head towards the other way, I think we're gonna go to Annie and Tommaso's and go just.
Yeah, he's supposed to change in his rental car and then head over to
popping off here.
Annie and Tommaso's. So this was all the part that I missed.
Let's leave this area here and we'll come back here for. Oh, here's the Cybertruck. No, I thought this was the Cybertruck. There's somebody.
Cybertruck looked like it got wedged in the.
I thought this was the Cybertruck.
Down in the neighborhood earlier.
No. But let's go to the other scene because I know there's a lot of new people in the chat that have been following this.
We'll watch for this.
So let's go up to. Let's go up the other. All right, so let's hope we're leaving here. Nancy Guthrie.
My oldest is going to come down and say goodnight to me in a few minutes. So
let's go for a walk. Go in the car. It's a 10-minute drive.
Just be ready that I will have to mute for a moment. Still gives his mama hugs and kisses. Good night. But yeah, no, I have not heard. All I've heard is that, yeah, she's not, they aren't together, but, ooh. But that could all be a bunch of, he just, has she been gone for a while? I mean, are people not seeing her, or is it just like this week?
Flashing lights. Oh, lights out here. I'm the last vehicle on the block up here.
It's so dark.
When we came here and parked from where we were at earlier, this whole street was filled. I left my car on. Look how dark it is out here. You ain't seeing nothing out here at night. It's creepy out here.
I can kind of understand why some of the neighbors are getting upset. I mean, you look at how dark it is out there normally. You look down that road and you see all those cars and all those headlights and all those big flood lamps.
Scary. I mean, it feels good, but I wouldn't walk around these streets at night alone. No way.
Not with all those coyotes we heard the other night. No, thank you. That was kind of freaky. Yeah, can you imagine? Hi, Patty.
All right, give me a second, folks, and we're going to go over to Annie and Tomaso's
all those headlights,
home
all those people.
See what circus is over there. Oh, I'm going to put in the address. Got it.
The other night when he was out there yelling, like, to see, if anyone could hear, like, okay, great.
It says 10 minutes, but see, in the daytime, it says
like
13 minutes.
In the morning,
now in the evening time, it says it's only 10 minutes away.
That's because of traffic. Not so far, just the same stuff, just from earlier today. The FBI forensics was out at Nancy's house. They tented the front door.
Make sure I have my car keys.
It looks like they took the Ring doorbell.
Car, yes, wallet, car keys. We got everything. We're ready to rock. You guys ready?
The bracket.
It says 4.2 miles away.
But
10 minutes.
No.
Head toward North Sear Circa.
And this is just the very end of JLR's stream from today. I missed some of it, so I figured if anyone else missed it. Because that's like prime, like getting your kids in bed, brushing teeth time in the Midwest. So I thought if there's any other parents watching that had to miss it because they had to put their kids to bed.
Uh-oh. You definitely don't want to hit the rent.
Yeah, it's...
Head toward North Mina Vista.
It kind of looks to an outsider like we're back at square one today. I mean, but hopefully the FBI is involved. They're... Early this morning, they found a pair of gloves out on Campbell Road, which was not too far from her home.
A lot of people like watching these drives, just to see the terrain.
And then a news broadcaster found another pair of gloves, which they were different gloves, though. They weren't like the nitrile or rubber gloves, in a porta potty that was not too far. Oh, that's cool. Hi, friend. And other than that, it's really just
like, whoa, folks.
At the next stop sign,
there's
turn
not
left.
much new.
Turn left. We're going
The
on
sheriff came out and made a statement again that he was
Gotta look out for like coyotes.
At the stop sign, turn left onto East Camino La
that's the wrong
Zorrilla.
Did I? Yeah, I did. Okay. I started with the wrong one. But he's not giving a statement until anything else breaks. But I have found out some stuff about this sheriff that apparently was charged in a RICO.
Up, down.
Oh, hold on 1 second. I hear some knocking at the door. I'll be right back. I just got to go say goodnight to my
I'll tell you,
my kiddo.
I'm getting used to how these roads are by covering them and, being on them. But if you're riding these roads for the first time, you are going super slow because there's no lights, no traffic lights. It's like this is like scary stuff. And I'm in a Jeep. It's just like hills. You have to go extra slow because you don't want to go off the road.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Thank you for being patient. It is crazy. It is just like, well, that's just it. I don't know. I thought it was dark where I live, but that would scare me. Like, and the other night when
At the next stop sign, turn left.
He was out. That was at Annie and Tommaso's house, but there were fire trucks going through town, and
at the stop sign,
it sounded like hundreds of coyotes howling. And I just think,
now,
maybe one or two coyotes on their own aren't that scary, but
perpetrator,
there many coyotes.
Take this route to get out.
I live in Michigan, and we've got. I live in Michigan.
One of
I'm in
many
the thumb
routes
area
to leave Nancy's home.
We've got coyotes out here.
Ran on this one extensively. But it's interesting that law enforcement wants East Skyline Drive and Campbell, a 2-mile radius of surveillance, suspicious activity, anything that was weird, odd, crazy, from January 1st, 2026 through February 2nd, 2026. It'll put you over 1 month.
Yeah, so January 1st, they want more camera footage.
That 2-mile radius, probably. I don't know. I have to look, but earlier in the stream, we went up to that intersection. There's a CVS, there's a Charles Schwab, there's a mall, there's a Starbucks.
Yeah, he drove down through there.
A dental place.
Well, and that's where we live. We live right on one of the edges of where they go of their territory. So we can hear them at different times of night. So that would explain it. They're going in circular routes because there's a big, huge park right in the center of our town.
Lurk up there.
Hi, Lovey Bugs. Good to see you.
Use that as a staging point. Bought something from that area. Walked around.
Our coyotes are usually in bed. Oh, it's so just wild.
I feel like Knight Rider.
And I've been watching JLR, and I've been watching called 857 Tucson, and he's a local, and he's got he does the Tucson scanner all night long.
How about Spy Hunter? You ever play Spy Hunter? Seriously.
I don't think if I have it. I don't think I have. Any of you played Spy Hunter? Well, I've been watching like on and off, and He's not like one of my normal watches, but the other day,
Colombo.
the driver woke me up and he's like, "Hey," he's like, "JLR said anybody that wants to."
Is it Fear and Loathing?
Use this stream, review, whatever is welcome. He just wants to get the word out, and so I thought, all right, I watched him during the
Harry Crumb?
Carly Russell case.
At the next light, use the second from the left lane to turn left.
So I got a kick out of that.
All right, so we are approaching Oracle, a road of interest to federal authorities who have been scouring around from business to business along Oracle, asking business owners for surveillance footage.
Scanner
According
Club?
to Fox News, surveillance footage.
It's just when I went to his
Saturday,
page, it's just
Sunday.
857 Tucson. It's just him. It's one guy running the page, and he's been out here helping JLR. And
at the light, turn left onto historic US 80.
Yeah, no, I'm not. I wouldn't even try that with Dolly. No. The thing is that even if it wasn't, I mean, it helped him out too, because he ended up, when I started this,
I got somebody behind me tailing me.
And somebody keeps following him because
Somebody's
he always ends up at the place where the stuff's going on. So one of the reporters keeps following him around. It's so funny. No, but
I got a feeling.
30 yesterday at one point,
me.
42,000 in his chat. I was getting motion sickness trying to read.
Now, seriously, I think I got too many followers.
That's one of the other things I thought.
Right after Circle K.
We can all, if he's allowing us to use his stuff, then we can all
listen.
I just did it because I thought all of us could just, that we knew could just come over and talk about it here. And because I couldn't get a word edgewise into that chat, it was like, you got WD-40 yourself in. But
yeah, if somebody turns here,
and then I ended up.
I think somebody's following.
I've been gaining some subscribers,
right,
but
K,
when I checked
another business of interest,
he was at 440,000 subscribers when I first clicked on his page. And I noticed it because someone had said, oh, he's almost at 500,000. Oh, that was cool. And
in 800 feet, continue straight onto West Ternero Street.
It was his second night there.
Dude,
he broke his 500,000 mark. So by helping all of us and helping some of these smaller channels, he's helping himself too, because like I keep putting his link up, and I put that 857 Tucson's link up because they're taking time out of their lives to do this, I figure. So
continues,
because I wouldn't want to be out there in that heat and in that let's see where Godfather. He is going to this address because this is the house of one of the daughters and the husband, which is the son-in-law.
Turn left.
Been just a little suspicious.
All right, got to Annie and Tommaso's coming up.
Who knows if it actually means anything or not? Maybe they're just not used to being in front of cameras, stuff like that.
Yeah, they're following me.
Somebody's
following me. Maybe it's Tommaso.
Oh God, please no. Although,
all right, media out here still camped out.
The neighbor that stopped to talk to JLR yesterday said that everyone at the school absolutely loves Tommaso, that they think he's just this really great guy, and they're all.
They still got cameras. They still got lights flashed onto Tommaso's home. Look.
Oh, and was it?
That's crazy. Look at the media. They just have big lights flashed onto his home. That's crazy.
Well, and that's. So I'm catching up on some
comments. He could be a victim. They all could be victims. Dude, they got lights flashing on their home.
Why is the sheriff holding information from the FBI?
Look,
everything I heard is ego.
A bunch of media flash their high beams on your house. That's crazy. All right, let's see. All right. Well, that's the car that was following me, but it might just be media coming over doing the same thing I'm doing.
Yeah.
Maybe.
They're all doing the same thing. They're all following each other, and it's hilarious. Maybe that movie Twister. They all hop in the car and go running. And I know this is serious. This is a missing woman, and no disrespect. I just think he's.
All right.
That's what keeps people watching, right? Yeah, I mean that's what keeps
investigate,
people watching.
Shall
And
we? It's probably Sheriff Nanos following me. Nanos.
but
Let's go see.
I don't know. There was other.
Yeah, this is crazy.
How much longer? This
New security. Shift change.
was almost over. I'll read out that stuff that I found about Sheriff Nanos.
They got lights flashed on the house.
He's a stinker. Let me tell
We're
you.
watching you. The media is like mainstream media. We got 24-hour surveillance on this house. The media.
Real good friends with that Mark Kelly that sent.
No wonder no one's living here. Would you live here if you got this? Would you live here? Would you live here?
Oh, and the FBI has raised the reward money to $100,000.
This is crazy.
So,
Oh my goodness. This wow. They're like, why? Why? Are there supposed to be victims, right? Are you supposed to do this to victims?
yeah. Can you imagine? I mean, that's
It's just
something I've got to
crazy.
say.
Think about this.
People have said a lot of
Look at the
stuff about
bugs.
JLR, and I don't know him, but he hasn't been
Bunch of bugs. Look,
intrusive like
bugs.
this. He's not getting in people's faces. He's not,
Crazy.
jumping fences, or like the one crew the one day had a tent and a generator that they put on someone's property. Like, at least he's just kind of sticking back in the shadows,
There's
doing
another one
his
flashed.
thing and taking his, live streaming and from what I've seen of Dolly, he's doing the same thing. And I know.
Are you the one that was following me? You were following me. Somebody was following me. What's your name?
You have no tail lights.
I don't. Well, it's a rental car.
Oh no, no
I mean,
tail
there's
light.
brake lights, but there's no tail lights.
I would-
Yes, he was. It was a glove, a glove or
Oh,
gloves that they
yeah,
found in the
yeah, how are you?
house,
And
and
drink.
yeah,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
I
What
think it
brings
was
you
the
up
ring
here?
camera stuff.
Trying
And
to figure out what the heck is going on with this case.
Are you like live streaming?
Yeah.
Where are you at?
Behind Green Eyes.
Behind Green Eyes.
Yeah.
behind green eyes, there's another one.
This case has just been so weird from the
Mhm.
beginning. I don't get what the heck is going on.
So you were over at the other house and then you came over here?
Yeah, because it was looking kind of dead over there. I'm not sure what's going on.
Bad
the
choice of
sheriff.
words.
He's an idiot. Blocking.
Do you know this yet? Were you from here?
My brother is. I'm here visiting, but I'm here a lot. The sheriff is an idiot by, not giving.
Yeah, well,
And
and that was a paid lab,
shit
like
over
a paid private lab,
Crazy.
Yeah.
and they could have had it sent to Quantico.
You heard the story. Right?
And I get it,
Sorry?
You
wanting to be
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That you mean
giving
that-
credit where
the,
credit's due.
Love
You
off
heard.
to Florida.
Yeah, you just heard that.
Yeah, I heard that
But-
a while ago.
There's been a lot of interviews with
You know what's
people that have
funny
worked
is
with them
that,
previously,
how they call
and they
everyone
talked about that he has quite the
armchair
ego,
detectives, but yet
and he really wants
Did he
to
call
be
people armchair detectives? Did he-
um,
they, a lot. Sometimes the sheriff, the police say, "Well,
the one in the spotlight,
armchair
but
detectives, if they think they know better,
doesn't
they can
necessarily
come
wanna
up
be
and
the one
sign up
doing
and
the work."
apply
And
for a
he
job."
hasn't been to either
Right.
crime scene yet, and that really surprises me.
but yeah,
You know why my tail lights were out? Because I didn't have my lights on. I had to turn my lights on.
on, but I don't know. There was just absolutely no taillights. But for him to withhold freaking evidence from them. But yeah, no, someone was calling people streamers and stuff armchair detectives, but it's funny that the armchair detectives are getting out information faster than the news.
That's what we are,
Like that guy,
right?
what, 2 days ago? Who
I'm sitting in an armchair. My chair,
the-
we can
the
see
height
it, but my
and
chair's
everything
got
of the weight of the guy before
Yeah.
the FBI did.
my chair's got wooden arms on it. You know, I mean, I'm not a
Official
detective.
places
I'm just
and
somebody who
You've
likes to
been
puzzle
following it
and
every day.
Mhm.
likes to see
So
justice
what's your
brought to
take on
people
here?
who
You got all these lights here.
I know.
Like you got
can't
lights,
speak or fight for
you got
themselves.
lights here, and
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what else is going to be going on at their house. I mean,
I think FBI raids are coming down soon somewhere. Personally, look at all the bugs.
yeah, I think there's going to be.
This is
something
in
happening soon. I mean,
an area of Tucson,
I guess
Arizona.
they're going to start releasing some more video and all that. I'm waiting for that to come out. But yeah, that poor Carlos guy getting raided like.
Were you out there on his porch?
No, you know what? I just left like maybe 20 minutes.
So you were there with the car.
Yeah, and then I went down to the house, and I was there for a while, and then I left probably around midnight or a little after midnight.
Mm-hmm.
And
There's
then I think
got to
that's
be
when
somebody that
Juan
knows
got
something. Exactly,
I was
Amanda.
watching
I
you,
mean,
and, they said that he came out and gave an interview there, but I'm like, of course.
it just none of it makes.
Yeah, I missed it though. I came on the back end.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, well, he was up on the porch. I believe him. I don't think he's involved at all.
I don't think.
I
he
think
has
it was
anything to
just
do with it
like
either.
Oh,
I
I
feel
don't
bad
think
for the
he is
guy. I
either.
mean, and his dad is pretty bad though. His dad's done some crazy stuff. His dad's a
Yeah.
registered SO.
Guilty by association.
But
Well,
that guy seemed like he's just.
I
like,
wonder
yo,
if they mixed up
that sucks. Like somebody just point a finger. Imagine that could be you. Like it could be any
because they
one of us.
said, I
Pull
can't
you
remember
over and
which
say, "Oh yeah, we're going to
reporter
detain
it
you
was.
and rip
It
your
was
house
CNN,
apart." Just
but they had
because
said
you got a
yesterday
tip,
that was
Nano, and it was
based
the
on a
Pima
tip.
County Sheriff's
Yeah,
office.
yeah,
They did it. The FBI was not involved
yeah.
with that. So that just shows another maybe mishap by the Sheriff Nanos in
They
a
don't seem
sense.
to know what one hand is
Like
doing.
Nanos is just
There's
sending
two
SWAT
different
team down to another
investigations
county
going
and just
on.
rip some dude out of his car and literally hold him in a vehicle,
For a few
interrogate
hours,
him,
right?
and make him supply this, that, and the other just because he maybe
His eyes.
his eyes look like the guy and maybe he delivered a package.
Yeah,
And you get all treated like that. I mean, that's crazy. He has lawsuits.
He wasn't even the right height. It didn't look like, or the same build.
Yeah, the
in my
guy's
opinion.
like 5'9", 5'10".
Yeah,
I don't know how tall that Carlos is, but he
But-
looked kind of short and
just the whole thing, and then with the glove being found
Mhm.
not too far from Nancy's house.
no,
that's kinda
no.
interesting.
Savannah is
I
not
mean-
the only time she's talked has been when they
I'm
have
trying to
talked
think.
to
According to the maps, if it could be,
the alleged
can't say it's
kidnappers.
really en route to here because it's kind of like in between both, actually. But now, was it ever determined that it was North First Street or if it was East First
We
Street?
talk about the
glove or the map.
So
I'm sorry,
a
the
gentleman came here yesterday
Mhm.
and said he personally seen a HSI down there at 10. What was the time? Was it, ladies and gentlemen? He said 10:14 a.m. down by the Home Depot. Is that where First Avenue is? He said. Like,
Yeah,
near-
there's a First Avenue over there by the Home Depot.
Yeah, the
he said
mask.
he
I've
saw
been wondering
them
about this
going through the woods,
mask.
HSI.
Oh, okay.
So yesterday
that's
morning
not
there was like a
over there.
911 call or something.
She's
like
just
that,
another YouTuber.
talking
true
about
crime
masks
YouTuber that's
similar
out there.
to the mask worn by the suspect in the Nancy Guthrie kidnapping. So they took it serious to go down there.
Yeah. Well, I mean, God only knows. I mean, the person.
Well, somebody just said here, look, SAR 592202 says, JLR, I am sure the perps are watching.
Right. Oh yeah,
I'm sure they are.
they got. I bet you anything they're probably watching your live stream. I mean, you
The
got.
perps, the perps wondering if we're gonna crack the case. Perps wondering.
Well, it's kind of
I'm-
looking
I'll-
like
I'll
that.
tell
'cause
you
that's
what,
what's been kind of
Tommaso is much taller than 5'9", 5'10". Tommaso stands over 6 feet. I mean, he's
Is-
hovering over everyone else in that family picture.
Yeah.
the things that are
So
coming
I
out. I've
100%
seen, or that they are
Do not
looking at.
believe
I've
Tommaso is
seen
that
people
person
in
that pic.
his
Right.
chat
Or in
and
that
Icked
video.
Mal's chat and my chat
That's how
and
it says the
whoever's
sheriff
chat saying
has
those
elected
things
officials, so
first.
He needs to justify his nomination. Right. If he wants to act like a big dog.
People are smart.
I mean, he's supposed to be, working in tandem with the freaking FBI, but oops, sorry. Seems like he's more or less fighting them on every turn, you know?
And from what that former
Hi,
sheriff
I'm not
that was
good.
interviewed by Brian Enton
Sorry.
said,
I don't know what he uses for live streaming, but I have StreamYard and it sucks.
that's basically
Especially when you're
how he is.
Yeah, but
All right. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to sign off for the night. I'm going to get some rest. We'll see what happens out front here. Annie Tomaso's home, Nancy home, whatever. I got to return my rental vehicle. We'll come back. There's nothing really going on here. So, you know, we covered a lot today. This is not done, folks. This is not done at all. And, you know, we are praying that Nancy is found safe. We're praying for all the law enforcement. You know, we knock Nanos. You know, we want Nanos to do his job. Deputies out there.
I applaud
and I can
deputies.
say the deputies out in Pima County that were at Nancy's home, all of them respectful, nice.
It's not
praying
their
for the
fault.
FBI agents, praying for HSI and all the partnering agencies out there. They're working around the clock. FBI has this command center. I mean, they work and they can do their stuff, and they will solve this. This will be solved. It's just a matter of when, but it will be solved. They will find the person. I have no doubt. I would love to come back and report to you. Breaking news: they got another person. They got a suspect. Got somebody. I'd love to come back and do that. And I can't wait. We are on standby. JLR Investigates. We're on standby. So I'm going to sign off. Be back. If something else breaks, you'll hear it here on JLR Investigates. Sub to the channel, like, hit the notification button. We are Nancy's Army.
Put that in.
For sure. All right, reporting here. Never know where I'm going to pop up next. So make sure you hit the notification button. Thanks everyone for contributing. I appreciate it. If I didn't acknowledge your contribution, I'm truly grateful, and I apologize. And thank you everyone that sent me out yummy foods and things like that. So y'all are great. We'll be back. Definitely back tomorrow morning. Start another day, or tonight. Y'all have a great night. JLR Investigates. Boots on the ground. We'll talk soon.
Well, I thought we were going to get to go with him to trade in the car.
All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. Let's continue on here as we are following the latest new information now from the FBI into the investigation of the disappearance of 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie, as they're kind of pinpointing the exact backpack they are looking for. Also, giving a...
Let me pause that. I didn't want to get myself in any trouble. Oh, we will boot him out of there. Okay. So, no Magnolia. Yeah, I don't know. I wonder. Maybe they did. It's got to be hard being the girlfriend of a crime fighter. Well, he's not really a crime fighter. Crime chaser? Is that what he is? Now, let me see if I can find this video from earlier today that I was watching. Oh, no, wrong button. Let's go on my history. Let me find it. Here. Is that it? No, that's not it. Okay, where are you? It was an interview with the sheriff. It's my own fault. Oh, here it is. Okay. Let's watch this really quick.
That's my belief. That's why you would have the thicker gloves. So the sheriff hasn't spoken to us in a while. We get updates just by piecing together different reports and clues and trying to do our own sourcing. How do you think this is working with the FBI and sheriff, the coordination, the leadership? How is it viewed inside from your contacts?
Now, that's a great question, because this is something that's concerned me from the very beginning. Of course, following this case from the outset, beginning when the sheriff did give his press conferences, the way he gave these press conferences was startling. It was unprofessional. He seemed to be out of his depth, quite honestly. He gave information and he walked back information, and he said this, he said that. Clearly under his leadership, the scene was not secured properly. We're now understanding that the FBI wasn't called in until several days later, that the scene itself was compromised. This is bad leadership. And I can tell you this, that I've been on the ground here for like 10 days now, and I've got pretty good sources in the area when it comes down to how this sheriff is viewed. And he is viewed as a vindictive sheriff, that he has in actuality gotten rid of some of his most experienced people, including on the homicide team.
So that's what I was talking about earlier, is he gets angry and gets rid of people. He's kind of confrontational. And that was one of the issues with the helicopter pilot. He got angry with them. They were in an argument about something. What it was not said, but as a punishment, he put him down on patrol. So that is why they did not have anyone to fly the helicopter. Not because they were short-staffed. I mean, technically they were, but he was the reason they were short-staffed. His temper.
The homicide team here is they don't get that much experience, because I think last year there were only 5 murders as opposed to Tucson, which had like 50. So to be a homicide detective requires a great deal of time and education, but experience. Well, he got rid of his most experienced because he had disciplinary problems or personal problems with them. Same thing with the pilot of the airplane that needed to be up immediately in the search and rescue. He got rid of the pilot and assigned it back to another assignment. He was their pilot. And in all reality, he is not viewed as an effective leader. He's viewed as a vindictive leader. And we're seeing that, I believe, because he hasn't given a press conference since all of the criticism that arose from his other press conferences. And this is bad leadership. The people have a right to have some transparency. Yes. Of course, you don't want to give up the leads or anything, but the people have a right to have some confidence in the law enforcement area here.
I keep going back to John Ramsey told me on Sunday, one of his big regrets was now pushing harder to get the FBI more involved early. He just acquiesced and said, do your thing. He says, and he really regrets not doing that. And we know the death of his daughter was in his own house. Lastly, if there was a Guthrie getaway vehicle.
Let me just stop this. So, like, a lot of these things are talking about this guy just being just a real jerk. I mean, and letting his own kind of ego just a second. My phone's frozen. Okay, here we go. So this is what I got from Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos, a Democrat in office since 2015 with a break in 2017 to 2020, has a tenure marked by intense controversy, including a 98.8% no confidence vote from his staff. His record includes high jail death rate, allegations of retaliating against political opponents and staff, and investigations into department misconduct. I think that's why he's angry. He wants his hi Blue Victorian. Well, there is this like back and forth between apparently the FBI offered to take or asked for, I don't know which it is, to take the rubber gloves that they found in the house and something else, instead of letting them take it to Quantico. And I think you were the one that mentioned Quantico the other day, Stone. He took it and sent it to a private lab in Florida. And they, his first press conference, he's talking about budgets. We need this equipment, we need that equipment. But he's paid something like $300,000 that they've paid to this forensics lab, when they could have sent it to the FBI. It would have gotten back faster. Top of the line. Quantico's top of the line. And so it's just odd. Here are the key aspects of Sheriff Nanos' record. No confidence vote in his second term. 98.8% of his staff voted no confidence. That's not good. Jail issues. His second term saw a jail death rate that exceeded that of Rikers Island, with nearly 60 deaths since 2017. Political retaliation. Accused of placing a political opponent on leave just before a narrow election win in 2024 by 481 votes. Policy violations. The Arizona Attorney General identified 4 policy violations regarding the handling of a SA case involving a female deputy. Media arrest. Deputies arrested an NPR journalist on camera while they were wearing press credentials. It's a no-no. Records deletion. His department was accused of deleting a public records tracking policy following an ACLU request. I believe that had something to do with tax returns and DHS, if I am correct. I can't remember. Of illegal immigrants. Investigative handling. Recently faced intense criticism for his department's handling of the Nancy Guthrie case, which we know, yeah. And his reluctance to involve the FBI. His leadership style. Critics described a pattern of ego-driven decisions, systematic failures, and retaliation against those who speak out. This is his background. He started as a detention officer in 1984, rising through the ranks to become second in command before being appointed sheriff. Defended his office's performance, citing high homicide solve rates and massive evidence processing despite the criticism. Nanos has maintained his position through narrow election victories, but continues to face significant scrutiny from the public staff and political opponents. And there was something else. Let me see if I can find it. No. Was it near their house? Or her house? There's something else about this guy being involved in a RICO. Is this it? Let me see. No. Well, Pima County is huge. What did they say last night? It was something like 200 miles across. It hits the border. It hits what? Texas, the border, California, all of that right there. Like, it's huge. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Let me see if I can. Let's see. So if I can find this on here. Because this is what we want to see. Find it, ABC 15. Come on, we don't care about the basketball game anymore. I can't find it. I've got it on my phone, but I can't find it on here. So I will just read it. Yeah. Yep. At midnight, it will be day 13. Yeah, it's huge. It says a top official in the Pima County Sheriff's Department has resigned. This is October 2016. So this is part of his history. A top official in the Pima County Sheriff's Department has resigned after being indicted for misusing money. Sheriff Chris Nanos says that Chief Deputy Chris Radke has been indicted for improperly using RICO funds. He has since submitted his resignation. Nanos declined to comment on another law enforcement agency's investigation. The Federal Bureau of Investigation launched an investigation after claims. So the FBI launched an investigation after claims Radke used RICO money to bankroll and remodel a cafe owned by his niece. Nano said the department's expenditures using RICO funds, money seized as part of criminal investigations, must go through a stringent process that involves a review by outside agency and audit. We will continue to review all processes, making sure checks and balances are working appropriately. Okay, so it wasn't him that was charged. Well, I mean, he was scrutinized because it was someone underneath him that was charged with RICO. So Chief Deputy Sheriff. So is that why? Wow. That's not good. But there's just kind of a whole bunch of, I don't know, just weird stuff going on that, let me see what he has, if he's got anything else to say.
Was it caught on a traffic camera anywhere after you saw the doorway video? Do you think, what would you be looking for there? Could that be possible?
Yeah, it is possible. And I think that's why they're looking at every single ounce of video that they can obtain from security cameras in convenience stores to the whatever is out there officially in the government, poll cams and things like that. So they're looking for anything that could possibly be have been utilized as a getaway vehicle. And I fully believe that it is out there. He didn't drag that woman out of there and carry her off to Never Land. There's a vehicle involved.
Right. The city.
So yeah, so that's why they're checking all of these places that, they're going along the route. They were on that Oracle Drive the other day, going business. This is the FBI going business to business to business to going business to business to business to check and see if there's any security cams, if there's anything like that caught a vehicle, that caught maybe some of these guys. We've got the video of that guy trying to break in Well, I think he means like, like never to be seen from again. Because that's kind of what's happened. I mean, it's just, I'm going to do a layer of top coat on these because that saves me in case I screw up. But I think that's just exactly what it feels like, is she's just gone, like poof, gone. And there's got to be something. I mean, and I know people do disappear without a trace all the time, but this is just so, it's so weird. And it seems like if FBI had been let to take the reins in the beginning, I mean, I don't understand why day one that place wasn't getting tented and checked, and why didn't they take that doorbell camera? Why didn't they take, why? I don't know. I feel like if it had been being run by the FBI, that, and it's no shade on these officers. They don't deal with stuff like this. The ones not in that area, they don't deal with stuff like this. All the neighbors have said this is a quiet area. This is a calm area. We have maybe car break-ins or something like that, maybe, but that's even rare. So, I mean, what's going on? Where is this poor woman? Is she even still with us? Well, that was something that the sheriff, the ex-sheriff that Brian Enton had interviewed yesterday said, is that they very easily, everyone was saying it'd be too hard to take her across the border, blah, blah, blah. But he said because of the size of Pima County, because of how long of an area it touches the border, that it actually would be very easy to get her to the border. I mean, if you were following along with me following JLR the other night, now Midwest time, Eastern Standard Time, it was 4 a.m. So like 2 a.m. their time. And he ran out to that. I don't think it was earlier. I'm not sure it was earlier than that or not. It was late. I know that because I was up till 5 o'clock in the morning that morning. But if they've got her in a car, it wouldn't take that long. It took 40 minutes? Let's say you're driving the speed limit, an hour. Okay, because we know that JLR and Brian Etten were both going like 100 miles an hour to get there. They both admitted it. But you got pulled over there? Are you working near there, or are they just checking to see what you were doing? Were you speeding, Patrick? Did you have your seatbelt on? No. Good. As long as you're being safe. They didn't drag you in like they did Carlos, so that's good too. I feel so bad for that guy. He said, yep, I remember you saying that earlier. Yep, you're working out there right now. Yep. I feel so bad for that guy. I mean, can you imagine? Completely innocent. He said he thought he was being kidnapped. He had no idea what was going on. And the mother-in-law's house, when she said that, like, it sounded like they weren't home when this happened. She said her son called her, her daughter called her, is what she said. But somebody called her, but her other son was in the house with headphones on playing video games in his room and got ripped out of his room, put in handcuffs. I mean, they had SWAT over there. This is like scary. Who did it? If you're wondering what I'm doing, we call it hanging 10, hanging the nail upside down so that it has a so that it self-levels. See, y'all are getting to learn true crime and Clawz. Because I am the Timu Bailey Sarian. What guy? There's like 3 guys. There's 2 guys so far. Or 1 guy. I know that guy that we saw breaking into the fence. It's so odd that he had that similar backpack. So was he with him? Like, was somebody a lookout? And did anybody notice that the timeline changed according to Harvey Levin today? He said that the 148, or he said that 212 was when the doorbell camera was taken off. And FBI had that being a second alert of motion, but no video. That was what FBI had stated in the timeline. But was that true, or is this what they're getting from the sheriff's department? Because Brian Enton said that he had interviewed someone and that they said they have no idea. They don't know who's in charge. Well, I wouldn't want to have to deal with the FBI, but they're the only ones right now that seem to be collecting the right stuff, asking the right questions, and sadly by day 12, I don't think she's still, I mean, maybe she is. That was what this sheriff said, that if her chance to be alive, that she had a better chance if someone did take her over the border, because they could hide her somewhere. They could get the meds that they needed, untraceable, if they needed meds without drawing attention from a pharmacy, etc. And you today what? I don't understand. But I don't know. We saw them today bring in what was, I think they said it was like a DVR that that could capture any metadata that was in the house. Things like that. Now, Ashley Banfield said that it was a fluke that they got this camera footage, that it was like in some Google Cloud, and like the FBI experts went and looked through all of these Nest camera footages and found her footage. So it wasn't even so I want to try and understand that a little bit more. How they actually found this footage. If it was, because they said there was no subscription. There was absolutely oh yeah, I remember you said that. Yeah. Why'd they take it? This is just 91% alcohol I'm using to clean the sticky layer off of these. I don't know. The sheriff said they're not making any more public statements until They have some clear and concise evidence that leads somewhere. And that's fine. I get it. But, you know, this has become such a circus. And I feel like and this is just my opinion, but if they had the FBI, if he had taken the help day one, oh gosh, that's scary. But if they had if they were allowed to take control day one, I feel like everything that's happening this week would have been happening that first week and maybe had a better chance of finding her. And then we have this other person that sends another note to Harvey Levin saying they'll tell who this is if they get this Bitcoin. Well, and that's just it. It's like, are we being punked somehow? Is this? I mean, I don't know. I don't think that. I don't know. I'm hoping that, like, I just don't even know what to say. I'm hoping that the FBI being in there, going through, thoroughly. I just feel like that place should have been closed off as a crime scene day one and never should have opened until they found her, or at least decided that all hope was gone. And you look at other cases that we've seen, and it's been weeks, months that the crime scene's been cordoned off and no one's allowed to go there, and there's private security, and that didn't happen here. And from everything I'm reading, it's sounding like it's because the sheriff doesn't like to share the spotlight. And I get it, but I feel like it's more important to find someone. There we go. It's more important to find somebody than to get all the credit. And I don't know, I'm just lucky, I guess, that I live in a place where the sheriff is involved, and he's, I mean, oh gosh, a couple years ago, I had a friend of mine, her son decided to run away, and he ended up getting stuck in the wood, lost in the woods, wet on a freezing day, and there was a boat in the water, there was a canine walking through the woods. It just was, I don't know, that first day, get the dogs out, track some sense. I don't care if you're mad at the helicopter pilot. Get him back up in that chopper and look for this lady. Don't wait for, and then I believe it was Border Patrol had asked him if he needed help, and he declined their help too. I mean, so what's this about? Is this about ego, or is this really about finding someone? And I don't know, it just bothered me. See, I feel like they would have figured that out already. Was it the 27th was her birthday? And I don't know if they were together or not. I don't know if... Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it was something like that, though. Then they would have done all the ransom stuff. She just would have been gone. They could have gone with the story that she walked off, that she wandered off, and and that'd be the end of it. I mean, who knows? And I guess too, if she was threatened, she could have gone and gotten. I mean, these people, Savannah knows some powerful people. So if she was threatened, she could have, she could have just gone into hiding and none of us would have ever thought anything of it. I mean, really. Tell people in the neighborhood she went to a nursing home because they've talked about there was a neighbor that stopped to talk to JLR today, and she talked about seeing Nancy like going outside to go get the mail and stuff like that, but that she was very frail, that it took her a while, that she said she probably couldn't walk much more than that, to go get the mail and whatnot. My one of my gut theories is that there, like I said, there was that crime investigates guy that was out there, and he was talking to the sheriff, and he's like, and he kept telling him there's all these new build houses, and that oh, no problem, honey, no problem at all. And not only is that a place to, I think if she was hidden or dumped at one of those places that we would have already found her, but I do believe that there's something to this with either maybe someone that works at those construction sites. Because, I mean, like I said, I know in my old neighborhood, we used to have day laborers that would come and they would, so I lived in Flint, and they'd go to the bus stop and they'd wait for it's funny when they said the white work van, that's the first thing I thought of. They'd wait for the white work van to come to the bus stop, and they'd go every morning, and it was, oddly enough, it was usually like landscaping companies. And there was a big landscaping company right down the road from me. And one morning I was on my way to work, and boom, all of a sudden there is Homeland Security, FBI, ATF blocking off the end of my road and telling me I have to go around. I'm like, what in the world is going on? And immigration. Well, what they had done is they busted this guy because he was hiring only undocumented workers and paying them like $2 an hour, to go work these 12-hour days at his landscaping company. And I mean, you don't know who these guys are. And it wasn't just undocumented workers. It was people that had records that couldn't necessarily get a job other places because there were background checks, things like that, etc. And yeah, so I'm going to cure that one more time because Black does not like to cure. So, and the sad thing is that is when we started having in our neighborhood, because some of the regular guys, they would know to get off the bus, or what they would do is they'd drop them off at the landscaping company at night, at the end of their night, and then these guys would walk down our road to go up to the main road to get to the bus stop, to go back to usually the east side of Flint. And that was when we started noticing that we were having home break-ins. We started having our cars broken into. My ex-husband had he had a big Dodge Ram. Okay, so it's a big truck. It was a Dakota Sport, but it was the same size as like a full-size jacked up Chevy. It was huge, and it had a tonneau cover on it. And he used to install hot tubs. So he had a bunch of tools, plumbing, all that stuff in the back of his truck. And it was right behind where the driver's side was, so that he could even, if he needed to, reach out the back window, unbutton those couple of buttons, grab a tool, go back to work. But nobody knew those were in there. No one. Except for somebody who, would have maybe walked by our house and noticed him putting them in there at the end of the night. Well, he'd seen a group of these guys walk down to the bus stop one night, and he was busy putting his tools away. And that's what we think happened, because the next day he went to work and he couldn't find any of his tools. And, I was so mad, because we had just bought him. Like, this was May, probably. And for Christmas, my mom and I had bought him a DeWalt drill, the whole set, the hole punches, just all these different bits for it. And like, literally, I think it was almost $1,000 in power tools and regular hand tools that got taken. And my car got broken into. Someone stole all the change out of my car, and it didn't happen until that lawn care company moved in there. So it was obviously, and I mean, a lot of those men were probably just men trying to make a living. But when you're not checking backgrounds, you're not running, you're not doing that, then you don't know who is and who you're bringing into the neighborhood when you're doing that. This is a perfect example. If these guys deal with concrete or drywall mud or anything like that, then they would most definitely use rubber gloves, I mean, not always, but I watch home improvement shows and stuff like that, and a lot of times they do use black rubber gloves, like for cement or something like that, where it like can burn your hand. Or that reporter that found that pair of gloves in the outhouse that they had out there. Do a deep V on this one. I don't know. See, I think that if it were a kid being taken, they'd be even louder and more you'd hope they'd be more vigilant. But I mean, you go back to, what was it, Summer Wells case, there's a $50,000 reward. And this now is up to 100,000. So that's just craziness. That's what I'm wondering exactly, Patty. Is she, is she in a safe house? And listening to that one sheriff, like he said, Mexico is really not that far of a leap for people to think that she could be there. Because he said there's areas on the border that neither the Mexican Border Patrol or the United States Border Patrol really care if people go back and forth or not. And said you don't know obviously we don't know who's coming in our neighborhoods all the time. I mean, if they're, just work patrol, all of that. And I'm doing dots, so I might not talk for a second. And Godfather, if you're still watching, I am working on the graphics for the Lilo and Stitch nails. So don't worry, I have not forgotten about you. But I'm glad I figured this out because I felt like my channel is Clawz and Crime. So we do both true crime, self-care, nails, all that fun stuff. But I've been so hooked on all of this, I felt like I was neglecting. Like, I don't want to neglect anybody. I want to make sure my true crimers get what they want. I want to make sure my Clawz fans get what they want. Neck beard, I like that. Well, and that's something too that still could be a possibility. Did they hire this to be done? Did they know these guys? I mean, again, new builds in Nancy's neighborhood. And I believe that guy, the one that went into Annie and Tommaso's neighborhood and said that he had told them the night before, he's like, it's all sand. He said, it's so easy to hide somebody or hide something or whatever back there. He had said, he talked about all the abandoned houses and all of the just empty houses that were, probably for sale, waiting for sale. Or maybe if they were snowbirds, like someone had mentioned, seasonal people. But if they were snowbirds, I would think, I mean, this is just me, I would think that they would be in, they would be there now because this is winter. And when I did hair and nails in the salon, sorry, I keep sliding off my chair. I need like a butt gripper or something for my chair. I'm too short, my legs dangle. But they usually left from like right after Thanksgiving, and then they'd come back around April or May. So we still have a couple months. So those houses shouldn't be abandoned because of that. So if they're long-term abandoned, not abandoned, but no one's living there, basically. Let's see. I think I'm going to do something kind of opposite on this one. We'll see. We'll see how it ends up. But I've seen theories about, the house. They live in quite a big house, and it's expensive. $700,000 house. That's quite a mortgage payment to make for a teacher and a poet. And I mean, who knows? Maybe they had some extra money. Maybe they won the lotto. Maybe Nancy helped them. There's papers that have come out. Power of attorney papers, things like that. That just makes you wonder. But I don't think he's the guy in the camera. He seems too big. I think they said the guy in the camera is like between 5'6" to 5'8", or does anybody remember what they said? Was it 5'6" to 5'8", or was it 5'8" to 5'10"? Oh, I can't remember now. That's going to drive me crazy. But yeah, I feel so bad for this lady. I mean, can you imagine? 84 years old, you live this long just for this something dumb like this to happen? And I hope so. I imagine so, yeah. Now, that's something else that they noticed too, was there was a hole in one of the gloves. So, yeah, did they accidentally leave some DNA behind? Like, I don't think these guys are as sophisticated as some people have given them credit for. I mean, there seems like some big boo-boos as far as letting yourself be seen at all on camera. And I still think it's weird that we found that other guy, the other video of the other guy with the same backpack, basically. He's holding two backpacks. That's weird. So I do wonder, was he down doing something else and one of his buddies called him and said, hey, I'm here. Come be my lookout. Because we couldn't tell. The video didn't go far enough to see if that guy was getting in that car that was parked or not. So we don't know. And it was about 10 minutes down the road. So he would have had time to go drop off the backpack, right? Well, who was it today? Somebody said they thought that it might be like the way they thought it was shaped. It was one of the FBI experts said they thought it might have been like a blanket or something, or a tarp, something to carry somebody out. I think they just went, I think her, and I don't know if it's her kids or not. I know there was something about an Airbnb and that they were doxxed. And so they had to switch locations. That's all I've heard about that. I haven't really heard a lot about where she's staying. Have not seen her at all other than in those two videos. And then what was it, a couple days later? And now her sister is staying with her now. That's from what I've heard. All three of them are together in an Airbnb somewhere, undisclosed location. You know, I have not heard at all. Isn't that weird? I've not heard at all where he lives. Yikes. That got messy. That's why that's sticking. Ugh. This must have gotten tipped over or something. Yuck. No, I've not heard where he lives. You know, it's hard with him because here he's this big, tough, retired military guy. So those guys are so good at compartmentalizing things. Like, he could be, my dad was like that. He could be completely broken inside, but you will never see it on their face. There was actually, Savannah put out today a like a quick little short of her sister and her mother, like outside, like probably like on Easter or something like that. Well, it's Arizona, so it could have been actually any time of the year because they were just wearing, I just noticed they looked like they were wearing like spring dresses. And I just remember having similar pictures of me and my cousins in the late 70s and early 80s wearing like similar styled outfit. Yeah, and he doesn't live close. The only one that lived close was Annie. And I mean, if nothing, even if you don't think that they did it or have anything to do with it, I still have to say, I think there was a big lapse in judgment when it came to taking care of this woman. And, you know, she was not as maybe not quite as on the ball and could easily get maybe confused, tricked, just anything like that, you know. I don't know. My mom was 77 and I was in contact with her every day. I lived right next door. I made sure she ate. I made sure I didn't have anybody else cleaning her house, doing her laundry, stuff like that. I mean, and seeing the terrain out there and seeing where it was, they just bought that house a year ago, right? If there's new builds out there and everything, and you can afford a $700,000 house, then why not buy one in that neighborhood with your mother to be closer? I mean, the houses are far apart. You still would get your privacy. It's not like she could jump in the car. Well, I mean, she could jump in the car, but she could jump in the car just as easily and go to your other house. But just to be close to where if something happened, to have the Ring cameras ringing at your house, your phone, your app, not just hers. What day did they find the glove? Well, early this morning was when they found the gloves on the side of the road. I know the glove in the house, it sounds like right away. So that's the other thing. We have somebody with gloves on in the house taking them off. And taking them off, you know, in a suspicious way. Dropping them. I mean, you wouldn't think that she would do that. Or they find them in the garbage or what. But it's going to be interesting. And hopefully they do get DNA off of this. It now sounds like, because of the timeline, like they were only in the house that they went to go check on her at 11:57, got to the house, and not but moments later, when they learned that she was not there, they called 911, supposedly. That's what, so, and that's the thing, we've gotten all these different stories to start out with, too. Things keep changing, and I don't understand the end goal. It would be better not to say anything than to keep putting all this stuff out. And it does seem like you have Pima County here, FBI here, and they're not talking. And That's got to be so frustrating for the Pima County detectives that are doing this, to just feel like the work that they're doing maybe is in vain, because little boo-boo. That's the reason for the top coat first before I start doing the nail art, because I can always wipe it off. But I mean, I'm telling you, I would not want anyone I loved going missing on this sheriff's watch, because I mean, there's been a lot of ball dropping going on. Let me just see. One of the things that I have been checking constantly is X, because there's been here's something. Let me show this to you. This is you find it. Here, this lady. This is from JLR on X.
You know.
No! If you take my picture, I'm suing you. I'm suing you.
Do it.
It has nothing to do with anything, okay? See?
Oh, you're gonna get it. Watch out.
All it was my car was the car parked on the end lot. That's all it was. It's nothing. I just didn't want them to have a freaking false lead. You do anything with me, and I will get you. And we have the money to do it. Stop taking a picture of me.
See, that was an investigation, ma'am?
No, nothing to do with it. No, I didn't. I just wanted to tell him one thing, okay?
Oh, I was just asking a question.
Oh.
The neighbors have had it.
Dude, she's yelling at media. She's just yelling at me. What the heck is going on, man? She just walks on a crime scene. Now she's telling people if they film her, she's going to sue.
But she did.
And
She
she's talking
got.
about her
They
vehicle.
told her to go.
That
She walked
was
right
her
over.
vehicle. She's calling them vultures now. She didn't look me in the eye at all, thank God. I don't want to be part of the story here. I'm filming and documenting. Whoa, that's crazy.
She'll beat JLR up.
I told you that. Hey, what did I tell you? The wackadoodles come out of the woodwork. I said it. I said it about an hour ago.
I don't know
wait
if
till
she's
the
a
crazies start coming.
wackadoodle, but tired of people being in her lawn. Could you not let your dog
Now her dog's
bathroom
using the bathroom on
on a
Nancy's
crime
property.
if you could? That'd be nice. Thank you.
That's crazy.
Thank you. Please drive through, lady. So yeah, so there's that. Oh, thank you, Miss Godfather. All right, no problem. I'm gonna finish these and said just keep talking about this and seeing if I can find anything else. Wait, is this the? Yeah, so let me see. If somebody says something to me and I don't answer back right away, I swear I am not being bougie. I am just there's the cyber truck that was rolling around there today. I'm on another screen looking at this. So wait a minute, who's this? 12326 neighbors apartment not far from Nancy Guthrie. The facial hair and the eyebrows caught my attention here. What? Oh, that sounded like what? I was like, what is going on here? Hi, Nadia. What's up, Godfather? And what about we see his wrist? Because that was another thing when we thought we saw something on their wrist last night. Now everybody's talking about it. So we got the little skinny mustache. I can see a neck tattoo, but I can't see. Wait. There. And this says, let's look at the map. So it's what, in this area? And she's up here in the Catalina foothills. Actually, is she right here? Because is that road? That goes off, and then this one goes straight down into... So I'm kind of actually starting to learn the streets around here. Because would this be Oracle? I don't know. Well, thank you very, very much, Godfather. So, yeah. What? Chillinois. This is the girl that...
I was saying, no comment. Who does that in today's world? Am I upset at the FBI? Absolutely. They should. They get by with saying, no comment. Who does that in today's world?
Well, this is awkward. Awkward.
Am I upset at the FBI? Absolutely. They should. They get by with saying, no comment. Who does that in today's world?
No, that doesn't have to do this investigation. It was a previous investigation. So yeah, that tire track is bugging me too, because I saw that tire track on day one. And it bugged me. I wanted to know. I'll rewind it because I had it small. There are those tire tracks. I saw them the first time I saw the crime scene. Those investigators, or are those tire tracks of a white work van pulling up? So, this is something we haven't thought. Was this just, did this happen as a big middle finger to this sheriff? And she just happened to be, maybe these people didn't know she was Savannah Guthrie's mother until later, and that's why they ended up asking for ransom. Was this originally just trying to kidnap or take or harm or whatever some rich white lady in Pima County to prove something to Sheriff Nanos? Or to try to prove something? I mean, no matter what state you live in, but certainly states along the border, immigration's a really hot button, touchy issue, which is why we don't speak about it in here, because I don't want everybody fighting. Everybody I talk to has an absolute different opinion about that. And I don't know. What the heck's going on? Oh, I did hear this is that people are calling for him to resign.
Not that people are fighting about who has jurisdiction, but what they're doing to find Nancy Guthrie. Jesse?
Yeah, I mean, that's... Eckerdmel, is he involved in the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie? That is, let her dog pee on the air. That's horrible. Oh, and that is something else. There was this package. Oh, don't start being a stinker. See, my computer was doing that the other day. But back here on this porch, you see this package. The Amazon package. So would that have been maybe... That's how... Not Amazon necessarily, but is that how that Carlos maybe got tied? Oh, this is the... Was it Derek Kayaya? I think that's how they said it. Is it Kalala or Kayaya? He's the suspect accused of sending money in the hoax. What? How stupid. I mean, just stupid. And here's a picture of what... It's not the backpack, but it's what they believe the backpack that the guy in the ring cam footage was wearing. So there's that. me catch up to my comments. Nancy's maiden name, I don't know. I do not know. In which one? Let me see. Oh, this is the original guy, Derek Kalela or Kayaya, that sent the first ransom note. He was the one that called the family and demanded ransom, demanded Bitcoin. And then when they checked it out, but he's the one that used, thank God he was an idiot because they caught him. He used his own Google information to set up a Google phone number. So you know how some people on here have like the call-in shows? Well, they use a Google phone number. So it changes every time, but it connects to like their home phone or their cell phone or whatever. But you have to put in your personal information for that. And so Doofy over here put his personal information in to sign up for this Google phone number to text these people, and that's how he got caught. So thank goodness he was dumb. But yeah, just an opportunist trying to make some money off of the misfortune of someone else, you know. Typical these days, it seems like. Excuse me. But let's see. Coin flip bit. Oh, and that was something I think JLR found today. I was kind of half listening because I was doing peanut butter and jelly sandwiches and stuff. But when he went on a little trip around just to look at the neighborhood and see what, you know, if there was anything that jumped out to him. And that was one of the things, is there was a coin flip Bitcoin ATM that was in that area. And that they do have more additional footage in the Nancy Guthrie case. Any new releases will be strategic in nature. And this was 6 hours. 2 more. And see, that was something that was interesting that was mentioned today too, is that just because you pull that camera off of that mount, it's still recording. It's just not recording outward at your face. So did this guy know that? Or did he think once he unhooked it that it would stay recording?
And the blood was still there. What didn't we see? A smashed Nest camera. It's gone. So you tell me whether you think Kash Patel possibly has shots of this guy stealing it, damaging it, or whether the guy was so dumb he took it eventually, put it in that backpack, and possibly they have actual pictures of the inside of the house and what went down that are waiting to be retrieved by the geniuses at Google. Saw that the vegetation
Oh man,
and the
would
blood.
that not be absolutely awesome? Oh, I'm sure. Yeah. That's what I assumed. Yeah, it was probably mom. The funny thing is that he kind of looks like the person that they're talking about. So he better watch himself, because just ask Carlos. I mean, yep. Someone said it earlier. Yeah, they've still not turned over the lead investigation to FBI, which let's see. Let's hear what they have to say here.
Look, Katie, I have to be honest with you. I've spent my entire career in Arizona, and Sheriff Nanos, it does not exactly have a reputation as being the most law and order sheriff in the state. He certainly has pushed back against the Trump administration in terms of immigration enforcement. And what I would tell you is this. The FBI are the specialists in this. They know how to handle this type of crime. And I've watched some of these things. There were some issues with aircraft that could have been put up earlier, the crime scene itself, even the press conferences. I think it's time for Sheriff Nanos to get out of the way and let the FBI do its job. Look, Katie, I have to be honest.
I'm going to agree with him. And that's just it. Sometimes in life, you got to just say, you know what? I can't do this. Someone else has more talent than me, has more knowledge than me, more resources than me, and it's more important that this lady get found than I get to tell everybody that my department did it, you know? What's up, Godfather? I almost called you Cutsy. I mean, I don't know. Is there a point when, like, say, could the federal government come in? And this is, I'm asking honestly because I don't know. Could the federal government come in and say, listen, you're done? We're taking this over? Or does the sheriff have to give over control? And I'm using our little Karomi guide just like we normally would with a bow. But instead it's going to be Karomi. And I don't know if that's how you pronounce it because I'm an old lady, but that's how we're pronouncing it tonight. I think she, I don't know what it is. I think it's cute. See, that's what I'm wondering, yeah. It would have to be something that would be done by the president where he just puts down executive orders, or if this is something that, let's see, actually I think, wait this guy off. I think I'll put it on this one. Oh, I caught it. We in the federal, yeah, because the marshals are feds. Yeah, I don't know. And I don't know the reason for, and he said because she knows that I know the sheriff, why Savannah would call Mark Kelly, unless, I mean, are they really good friends? Or, oh, it's been way too many days. Yeah. I mean, this is one of those things. Is it about, has he already discounted her as being gone? And so he's going to make sure that this gets to be his whatever, you know? It's just sad. There's so many balls that have been dropped that it's just, like I said,
Sir, thank you so much for being here tonight. Just
pleasure,
watching
Katie.
the way that Sir, thank you so much for being here tonight. Just
Pleasure,
watching
Katie.
the way that the sheriff's department has handled this case, I keep repeating this, but I cannot get over the fact that the crime tape was put up and down 4 different times, people walking in and out of the crime scene. What is your perspective as a prosecutor about how that may?
I'm going to click on this real quick just because fair use, stop, start, stop, start. But yeah, this crime scene was open and closed 3 times. And I have to feel like that was a big mistake too. I mean, just leave it closed. If you don't know where she is, then that should be completely sealed off to where. And even that woman today, I mean, maybe the FBI finally has said, okay, we have got everything that we need. But to be so open where that lady could just walk up to the door. And I think that's one of the reasons too why all of a sudden things got quiet. How embarrassing that a pizza guy got to walk right up to the door of the home of a crime scene.
May damage the case if they were to find suspects and charge them.
Well, you never release a crime scene until you're ready to release it. Here, the sheriff released the crime scene, and then they came back in and found more evidence.
Sir, thank you so much for being here tonight. Just
Pleasure,
watching
Katie.
the way that the sheriff's department has handled this case, I keep repeating this, but I cannot get over the fact that the crime tape was put up and down 4 different times,
Yeah.
people walking in and out of the crime scene. What is your perspective as a prosecutor about how that may damage the case if they were to find suspects and charge them?
Well, you never release a crime scene until you're ready to release it. Here, the sheriff released the crime scene,
It's nuts.
and then they came back in and found more evidence.
Sir, thank you so much for being here tonight. Just
Pleasure.
I mean, that's. Well, exactly, Lori. Here, sorry, I'm going to catch up on comments again. Exactly. I don't care who. I mean, if you're really in it to save the people of your county, keep them safe, then yeah, who cares who gets the credit? And I think about the fact that see, that's something. Did she have a caretaker right here? This at the bottom. She's asking if she had a caretaker. I had heard that she did have someone that was there during the day, but was this just someone that
the
did
sheriff's
like
department
the
has
cleaning, the
handled this case,
or
I keep
whatever,
repeating
or
this,
was
but I
this
cannot
someone
get
that
over the fact that the crime tape was put up and
was this someone that was there all day, like a home health aide? And this is what this morning, what they went in, that little device that we saw. It says it can capture HDMI or SDI video output from a laptop playing Nest footage, a smartphone mirrored to a monitor, and a DVR or intermediary system. So that was something that was interesting, is someone had talked about having 2 phones. And I think well, they could be, but we haven't seen any of that. I mean, that's the thing. There's a lot of stuff that we don't know. So, and I'm sure they're, going through and eliminating, people one by one. I mean, they have, well, we hope. I don't know anymore, honestly. I don't know what what this sheriff has, what he's doing. I don't know. It seems odd to me. But again, like we said, is this just ego? And I'm not saying anything about law enforcement. I come from a small town, and we love our officers here. We really do. They are there at the worst times in our lives. They are honest. They are helpful. I mean, I'm sure there's probably a few people in town who are not their biggest fans. I mean, always, but I don't know. Okay. Everybody brace yourself, because I got to get this open. And if it pops, we're going to have a big old explosion. Well, and see, Sir Daniel, you mentioned that. That's something that one of the ex-sheriffs was saying, is that is a likely possibility that she was taken over international lines, because when everybody rode over to that Rio Rico, that is right there. And I know I'm gonna say this incorrectly, but Nagaro, right there on the border. And that's another thing, because El Paso is right there too. And they put a lockdown on, was it the airspace, on the air traffic in El Paso? So is that related? Do they think that maybe someone might try to get a flight out? I mean, I had friends that were stationed in El Paso that were in the military, and they had daughters, and I know they were very worried about being there with their teenage daughters and things like that, because in the area, well, the police officer told JLR last night? Or, well, not last night, the night before, that trafficking is their major problem in that area. And not that I think that an 84-year-old woman was trafficked, but they would have skills and knowledge about how to get people across borders without being detected, if someone like that, with that knowledge, is involved. So oh, okay. Okay, I hadn't heard that. Wow, it just keeps getting more and more mind-boggling, and every single thing that happens, it makes you start wondering, is this connected? Is this connected? And it really, I mean, all of the, like, at this point, like, people keep saying, okay, I know this is a crazy theory. Don't think I'm nuts for saying this. Don't, but honestly, I mean, and all opinions are welcome here, no matter how crazy it sounds, because honestly, with this, everything's pretty plausible, because we literally know, as a public, we know absolutely nothing. And I just hope that they really do, that the FBI got some good stuff today. And I noticed that they took that Ring camera off, or not the camera, but the bracket off of the door, and it was there before. So we just have to keep hoping these guys were just really dumb, and See, that's what surprises me too. Well, and it is crazy because I mean, what the timing, and I don't know. Do they think this has something to do with them, and they don't want them seeing what they're doing? Do they? I mean, it's just none of it makes sense, and usually. I don't know, usually by now I can kind of come up with somewhat of a yeah, he can't say everything, but he can say little bits, but I don't know, to me, why do people why are we using TMZ as where we're going? I mean, I don't understand that either. Why not call the feds and say, hey, I know where she is. I mean, unless they're worried they're going to be tracked, but like before, this is the federal government. Before anything like that could ever happen anyway, they're going to track you. They're going to find out who you are, or try to. They're not going to just give you money and then. And honestly, if you gave. Okay, so this is the thing. I know who the kidnappers are. Okay, so say who they are anonymously. Give them a tip that's no fail to find her. And then walk back into the shadows. No one is going to know who you are. No one's going to know. You don't need to have almost 70 grand to get away or to be safe. I just find that weird too. I find it weird. Now, I'm going to put this black away so that I don't try to use it as top coat as I have done a million times, because then I'd be very sad. They screwed up all my cute little nails. But, well, and see, that's it. Nothing truly is. I mean, that first guy thought, I don't know how he didn't understand that when you put your own information in, that they're probably going to find you. But, I mean, they did. It just blows me away. It really and truly blows me away. And I just keep thinking about, what if this was my mom or my child or... Ooh. I gotta do a little fix up. I need the black. And I'm wondering... like, if he is turning this into some like political kind of thing, I just wonder what Savannah's opinion is on this now, of how they're helping the family and how they're but my gosh. So officially in the Midwest, it's 12:09, 12:10. It's officially day 12. And that's just... it's heartbreaking, and you just think, in 2 days it will be exactly 2 weeks. Has she? sadly, I think that's her best bet. Because if there's going to be a big peeing contest between FBI and the county sheriff, you're not going to win that. It's going to be more about that than it is about this woman. I mean, he keeps saying he thinks she's alive, but who knows what he really thinks. And if this, all this, I read all the stuff that we've read about him. Seems pretty out for himself. And I know that gets rumored a lot about, the people at the top, but I mean, when you're talking, you don't put a helicopter up in the air when there's an 84-year-old missing woman because there's no pilot, and then we later find, and it's staffing shortages and blah, blah, blah. And then we later find out that no, you got in an argument with that pilot and put him down on patrol, so he wasn't available. I don't know. I mean, I've tried to, maybe he's led a boring life. I mean, you'd have to go into, not all military records are public unless you go and file for them. And if you lived your life a quiet life and weren't on social media and stuff, it's very likely they couldn't find anything about you. I've got a couple of friends I went to high school with that, I mean, they are an anomaly, but they literally have no social media. They have Yahoo email and text. They use their phone to text, and that's it. They don't have a really defined online presence. And so you type in their name, you might get an address, you might get, something like that. And there are ways, we don't know what he does for a living. Years ago, I dated a man that was part of the Department of Justice, and he was ex-military, retired, and he was not allowed to have any social media. He could use some chat apps, stuff like that. And when I went to go try to look him up, I could not find anything. I had to go on, I actually had to have one of my friends that worked in a prison that was pretty high up in the security to look this guy up and find him on a law enforcement like background checker. He didn't show me any of his stuff, but he just I wanted to make sure that he was who he said he was. I mean, because oh yeah, you work for the DOJ. Oh yeah, whatever, scrub. That was what I thought at first. I thought, oh, give me a break. But yeah, because I was not about ready to go out with some dude that says all this, highfalutin stuff about himself, and then get there and I got to pay the check, one of those kind of deals. But which, by the way, I'd never had a problem paying the check. You just got to let me know ahead of time, because I would bring my little purse. All I have in there is lipstick and a lighter and some gum. That's it. So unless you want to wash dishes, give me a heads up first. Let me see while I'm letting these cure. back and just see. She's probably asleep. But this is Chillinois. It's at CHI is how she spells her @ symbol on Twitter. And she's been really good about doing a lot of here we go. Here's a new update from her.
Look at it. Look at it. Look at it. Good evening. I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. I want to thank you for being with us. Surveillance video. Anything you've got. You got a Tesla? Is it running? Do you have 360 circumference video on it? Look at it. Look at it.
Okay, if you can't hear what she's saying, she was like, do you have a Tesla? Because we've been seeing Teslas driving around there. And she's saying, if you have a Tesla, do you have 360 video? Check it. Check anything that you can, because we just don't know. Oh, and this is the picture of the package. When we saw that, this is this other guy. This right here. This is something that I thought about too, is now, will there be enough if the feds have to come in and look over this DNA evidence? So he sends us to this private lab. And I would like to yes, there are cases where DNA is sent to a particular lab, a specialty lab, a lab that could have expertise in diluted, destroyed, old, or degraded DNA. But even if that's why he's hanging his hat on an excuse to send it to a private lab in Florida, they don't have anything that the FBI doesn't have, so that's not going to wash. If there's a small amount of DNA inside one of those gloves and it was sent to a lab for testing, that DNA could be used up in testing. So what I'm saying is, if that lab in Florida uses that touch DNA, it's over. Does he not realize what he's risking? He needs to go back to his basketball game. Yeah. I mean, yeah, you keep looking at everybody. Oh, and that's the other thing too. This. They believe it's a mouth flashlight. So if he has and like if he took it out of his mouth or he did whatever, that's going to be on those gloves. So, you know, well, no, not necessarily to block his teeth out, but what it does is you hold it in your mouth. It's a specific flashlight that's made for roofers and like people that need both their hands to do their job. And so they've got the mouth flashlight. And they were talking about someone brought up the fact that there are a lot of snakes around there, and that he possibly could have had that if he was walking to I do. The eyelashes bug me, because that to me would be very distinctive as soon as we do find someone. But see, that bandmate had eyelashes that were similar to that. But this person's eyes are both very even. And I noticed the bandmate, his one eye, it would be his right eye. So it'd be the eye of this person on the left-hand side of the screen was a little bit smaller. So it doesn't match up to him from the pictures that I've seen now. Yeah, but but I don't believe they don't believe that's why he had that flashlight, not to block his teeth out. I mean, because you could just keep your mouth closed or put on like a mouth guard or something. This was the light was on for for him to be able to see what he was doing, because you have to remember it's completely pitch black out there, and they have that light ordinance, with the light pollution, and so there's nothing out there, so he would not have been able to see unless he had some kind of light. No, those eyelashes, I've got those burned in my brain because I feel like the minute we see those eyes on anybody, we're going to know, right? And I enlarged the picture yesterday. Someone kept saying that I heard someone saying that they looked like they were eyelash extensions. But when I zoomed in, I didn't see that. I did not see. Yeah, it looks like brown eyes. And I thought there was maybe a secondary mask on underneath. But now in this colored picture, I don't see that. And this does look possibly like just the very edge of an eyebrow. But it looks very well manicured. But again, this guy, if it's a guy, I mean, when I go in the barber shop with Driver, and when she asks if he wants his eyebrows done, I'm like, yes, from across the room. He doesn't get to choose. And that was something else that was said, is that if this was a professional kidnapping, that, like, say the cartel would have possibly had like all blackout masks. They would have had the best of the best equipment to do this. They wouldn't have had a backpack from Walmart or, possibly like night vision goggles, like equipment like that. And yeah, it could be, but I don't think these people are that smart. Let me see. Let me turn down this light for a second and it almost looks a little like puffy. See, exactly. And another thing, yeah, because I mean, no, I'm from Michigan, so everybody has like 4 or 5 of those in their house, I mean, I swear, if I look for one, I can guarantee you I have 1 or 2 of those in my house somewhere, because it's cold. I mean, it's, negative 20, negative 30. But and I have not heard anything else about it. But there was somebody that called in. And again, I've been watching too much stuff because I can't even remember who I watched where and what they said. But this was about someone finding one of those masks like in their back alley. And they didn't know if it was related, but they thought that they would call. And and I can't imagine that. Yeah. So, I mean, like here in New York, it'd be logical. It'd be typical to have something like that probably, but not Arizona. I mean, it gets cold, but never cold enough to need to cover your entire face unless you're up to no good. Well, and like, okay, say Brian Kohlberger. It does look like it could be a possible bruise. Yeah. So that's another thing. And that face to me, see, that's what we can't figure out. In some pictures, it looks like it's a shadow. Some pictures, it looks like it's eyebrows. I mean, they've got dark eyelashes and thicker eyelashes. So chances are whoever it is has dark hair and would have dark eyebrows. Yeah, the other eye is nice and clean and clear. Because it doesn't look like it's the eyelashes. And I know people keep saying that it's that, like, is it a woman? Is it a woman? I don't, from what I see, I don't see. I see a man's gait when they walk, and I see like a man's mannerisms. And okay, no shade, but no, see, Annie's eyes are squintier and wrinklier, I think. But I also think, and this again, for any gentlemen that are in here, no shade, but a woman is not going to go pick up a floppy old flower to try and hide something on a screen. I feel like we would have had, I don't know, who was, someone in here said that they thought that they might be using that plant to pry off the camera. But it was like, when I looked during the daylight, it was those floppy, like, red flowers. So I think it was just a really bad choice to try and hide their face on the camera versus, that flashlight in his mouth. I didn't know they made those, so I kind of want one for doing nails now. And there's probably lots of people that would like me to have one because then I wouldn't talk as much. But well, but banging, if you're trying to break into something in the middle of the night, you don't want to bang because you don't want anybody to know that you don't want to be too loud to be out there. And that's what I was wondering. Was he looking for like one of those, like, does anybody have those still do those rock garden key holders? Like, that's what I thought he was looking for at first. Like maybe something like that. And I did figure out that those pigs were called javelinas. I finally heard somebody say it today. I was like, that's what they were called. I could not for the life of me. Not for the life of me. Remember what those stupid old boars were called. So here they're just called boars, but well, I think somebody who planned a little bit better would, but I don't think this person, I don't know. It just seems all like thought of in the moment kind of a thing. Like, oh, shoot, I got to cover up my face because this is recording me. I mean, and this is the thing. So let's say that backpack is full of clothes. It doesn't mean it's full of clothes to kidnap somebody. He could be homeless, and that could be everything that he owns in that backpack. And that's why there's clothes in that. And I mean, you just don't know. There are lots of mentally ill people roaming around the world that we don't know about until something like this happens and we come in contact with them, And that's what I think. I think if it was professional, that they would know, okay, there's a Ring camera. Okay, there's this. Okay, there's that. I mean, maybe that night, maybe that guy in that other video, and they are related. Maybe they decided to hit two separate neighborhoods. Less chance of both of them getting caught. Well, and that's what I wonder too. Could this be somebody that is a fan of the band and looked up the whole band and found out, oh, hey, this lady lives in $1 million house. I mean, 41 minutes in the home. And that's the other thing, too, that really kind of bugs me. As much stuff has leaked, nothing has come out about, oh, I forgot to top coat this. Nothing has come out about the crime scene in the home except for the gloves and some blood. Not what it looked like. Did it look like there was a struggle? Or did it look like in the while they were trying to get her out, she banged herself on a table or something. And that's where the blood from the porch came. Was it aspirated blood like they originally thought? Did she get a nosebleed? See, I don't know. Those are all things that we don't know. Those are all things that we don't know. We would think, but at this point, I think we're all questioning what have they done and what haven't. If the FBI had come in there the first thing, I would say, yeah, they probably did do that. But if it was run by the sheriff, I don't know. What did they check that first day that led them to believe that? Oh, excuse me, I'm getting the hiccups. What did they check that first day that led them to believe that they could give the crime scene back so soon? And then close it again. And then open it again. And then close it again. Well, and I think if they had been let in that first day, if they had been in control, they probably would have. Oh, Tommaso? I don't know. I mean, we don't know. And everybody keeps saying, like, that doesn't look like him in the mask. No, it doesn't. But is this someone that he knows? No, I didn't. Just a second. I'll have to see if I can find that. That's what I'm wondering. And maybe he really does not know. Could this be, okay, total shocker, totally out on the limb, and this guy's a lawyer, so please don't come after me. Could it be the other bandmate? He was... I mean, stranger things have happened, right? Well, that's the other bandmate looks like that. I mean, there's nothing pointing to him or anything, but... And see, that there was also some rumors that when Savannah came home to recover from that surgery, that there was some talk, which, I mean, we don't know. This was, who knows where this came from, but that possibly the help that mom was being given was stopped or going to stop because maybe she was worried they were taking advantage of her, and I know it's hard, and we had that going on in my family. There's always Monday morning quarterbacks. There's always the people that are not the caretakers. They always have something to say about, if you're doing enough, if you're doing it right, they could do it better, blah, 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 but they're not the ones, They're not the ones that have to clean up all the messes. And I mean literally and figuratively both. Anyone that's taking care of an elderly parent. And which neighbor? Was it the blonde one? The only one that I saw, the neighbor, that was a male, was the blonde one. But he had bright blue eyes and he had some eyebrows going on. But I I think he'd had some upkeep. Maybe he just has really good bone structure. Who knows? But I think he had a little upkeep going on, which that's fine. If you can afford it, go for it, you know. I did see him earlier. But I see this guy is having the brown eyes and brown eyelashes. And the other guy in the one with the two backpacks, like his facial features, his eyes almost seem a little too harsh looking. I'll have to see if I can find it in a second. Let's see. Let me find I gotta find my search bar. My camera's set up. It's right in front of my search bar. So let's see if I can find him. Which one is this? I have ad blocker. Leave me alone. Oh, this is the other. This is the female neighbor. She said it's startling and a bit terrifying. It says and so it seems to be that it sounds like the neighbors believed it was someone who was a service person in the area also. But she said she did not recognize that person. Let's see. No, I watched it. Let me look at my history. Where are you? Can't find it now. I can see him in my head. I know exactly what he looks like, so I just got to find a little thumbnail with his face on there. That's not it. I did watch a quick travel documentary last night about a secret billionaire hotel, and I can't remember the name of it, but it's literally built into a mountain. Let's see. There's a lot of neighbors that have spoken out. I wish I had bookmarked that or something. I found it. I found it. Woo! Okay. I gotta go over here. Stop that. Here we go. Okay. Is this the guy that you're talking about? I can't do side by side, but Listen to what he says.
You walk by Nancy's house, I understand, every day walking your dogs. And I know you regularly saw her, you would talk to her as a neighbor might. So what is your feeling when as you describe your neighborhood? I mean, what is your feeling about what has happened here?
Now, like I said, for fair use, I've got to kind of stop and start these here and there, just so that everyone can, or so I don't get busted for copyright. But
people feel unsettled. I would not say fearful, but obviously this is shocking. This is a very quiet, safe neighborhood. We've lived here 6 years. It's actually a wonderful, wonderful neighborhood. This was a horrible event, and we're obviously hoping for her safe return.
So when authorities came to your door, and I understand they did, last night I was talking to Sheriff Nanos, and he was saying.
So I see. I see different eyes. I see a little bit softer eyes on this guy. Am I showing the right one? Yeah. Let's see. That's what.
Everyone for any kind of ring cameras or anything, they were going door to door. What did they ask for, and what kind of help did you provide? And I guess, have they come repeatedly, or what?
Once again, and I have to say that the response has been amazing. Obviously, you hear the helicopter above, the drones, volunteer crews that are coming through that do search and rescue in the mountains here, who are scouring the neighborhood. They've asked us to check our back. As you noted, the lots are large. They're over an acre. So checking the scrub, but also asking if we could review our ring cameras. And unfortunately, as noted, this has been challenging.
Look.
Okay. So we've got him. And oh God, Nadia, you never know. I mean, he's been known to be kind of a little creeper. Honestly, I don't put it past anybody anymore. Seriously. What wouldn't do it for you? What happened, Jamie? What happened? Let's see. Can I do? I think I'd have to. Oh, yeah, no. Oh, please. My neighbors be like, bye. Let us know if you find anything. Oh, I have to save it. That's why. I'll have to do it when I get off of here. I will screenshot this. I'll make a side-by-side if we have to. I would get all science-y and techie if I have to. The only thing is we don't have any facial hair around the chin or the lip. Granted, could be shaven, but I see a more pronounced brow bone, and his eyes are a little more hooded. Like, these look like, to me, and now granted, I have dollar store reading glasses on, but these look like younger eyes to me. Like, I see more wrinkles underneath the eyes in the neighbor, and like an older, definitely older than what this person is. Well, and that's it too. Like, I feel like whoever did this, it's not connected to any of these higher profile people in this, is that if it was a service worker, then they possibly could know the inside of her house. They would know where she was at. They would know, if somebody was doing the roof and she was letting them in to use the bathroom, then that makes sense. She's not going to get up and follow them around. And if her bathroom's down the back hallway, real easy to go walk around and just peek real quick. She's of that generation too, where she probably wouldn't. My mother was always worried about not being polite to somebody. I don't want to offend anybody. And then you've got me that just comes walking in. Well, that's just it. That's what I keep saying. Honestly, I welcome all opinions. I will not side eye you. I will not treat you like what you said is not plausible, because at this point, it's all plausible. It could be a neighbor that knows her. It could be someone that's after Savannah. It could be somebody that's got some weird obsession with Savannah and is trying to get her attention. I mean, like that. And they can't get to her. So next best thing is her mother that she loves so dearly. People have talked about like little Rebecca Schaefer. And she had no idea. This man just walked up to her front door. In his head, he believed he had a relationship with her. He's mentally ill and he took this young woman's life. I mean, this stuff happens all the time. And we get some of these crazy ideas that we have because the things that happen in this world are showing us that some of these things are not that far-fetched. Well, see, that's it too. Those eyes look brown to me too. And, well, and that's it too. It could completely be something like that. And I mean, you just never know. I was watching a true crime documentary a while back about a guy who took all the feet of his victims. Why? Because that's all he needed. That's why. I mean, ew. But he was mentally ill, and maybe, I don't know. I mean, I've got 2 blue-eyed boys and my fiance's blue-eyed, and they look blue-eyed at night and during the day. So maybe if they were hazel eyes, that could make the difference of being, oh yeah, feet. He took their feet and he put them in shoes. He had all these, I'm like, what? Great point about how things happen all the time. Locally, a guy managed to fall behind, but follow a girl all the way through Target at home and almost killed. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's scary. You never know who is following you. And that's just it. We had, now I live near Flint, and the only place that we can go shopping is Flint. I live in a small town and there's nothing out here. We have Taco Bell and McDonald's. I think that's really it. I mean, it's just, and I'm fine with that. I like having a small town. I like knowing where all the crazy people in my town live. Okay. We know who all of them are. And, we see them in the grocery store. We're friendly, we're kind, whatever, but I mean, but you go out to the mall, and we had a couple years ago, because I-75 and I-69 is all right there, and I-96 and I-94, all the major thoroughfares. We had to watch out at the mall in Flint because there were literally men in vans waiting, and they were walking through, and it was Target. We had one of the fathers from our community actually ended up going and sitting there for a month. He was ex-military, retired. He was had a legal carry license, and he sat up there because his wife and daughter were walking through the store and they started getting followed by these men. And it wasn't like real obvious that they were being followed. It just happened to be that everywhere they went, these guys were. And the mom, the daughter walked off. It was before school shopping. The daughter had walked off to go to like get, look at notebooks or whatever. And the mom noticed that these guys split off. And two of them stayed in the area that she was in, and two of them went off where her daughter was. And as they were getting ready to check out, they said that these men all of a sudden were right by the front door. So they ended up calling her husband because it made her nervous. She checked out, and then they went into the little cafe to have like some snacks and wait for him just to come up into the parking lot so that they could get in their car safely. And it scared. And then as they were walking out, these men were following his wife and his daughter. And when he said something to them about it, they took off. And they got in a white van that was in the back of the parking lot and took off. And that same night, something else happened at another shopping area along that same strip. And he sat up there. A couple of the dads in the area went up there sitting in that parking lot just to make sure that, because like they said, not everybody has a husband or a dad that can do this. And they wanted to make sure that other women and their children were safe, and see, I do think that this person, the Bryson family, I think that they really just weren't that. I don't think this is as professional as we first thought. I think that this is somebody who had a really great 2 a.m. thought, and maybe they did plan, but they didn't quite plan long enough, or maybe they're not smart enough to think about, this person was probably playing chess or checkers and not chess. They weren't thinking 4 or 5 moves ahead. I think if this were cartel or something that was really professional, that they would have had, they've got those, what are they called? The bacalas or whatever. They've got them that screen out your eyes and your mouth and you can still breathe. And no one would have seen. And to me, professional people would have had something like that on, not this that you can buy at Walmart or on Amazon, because it's weird to have on in the desert in Arizona, to have one of these. And I've heard people say, well, it gets cold at night, but 50 degrees. Now, maybe people that are used to 120 in the summer, 50 is freezing to them. But I'm from the Midwest. 50 is tropical. We have shorts on when it's 50, okay? And example, today it was 30 degrees. It has been below zero for almost 3 or 4 weeks in a row. Today it was 29 degrees. It got up to 30. And I swear to you, all I wore was a hoodie. It felt good. I had the windows open in my car. I mean, it was great. But I am too. I hope she comes home. I hope she's all right. And even if something did happen to her and she's no longer with us, I do hope that her family gets to get her back so they can have at least that. They may never find out why or how or what. And that might just have to be something that we all accept. But I hope that either way, that she's able to come home and either be tended to, or that if she is not with us, that she's able to come home and get some closure. And like she said, celebrate her with her family. I mean, that just, I hate that everyone around me is a tiny house. I'm fortunate to rent a tiny house, but well, and see, that was one of the reasons why I moved next door to my mom, is because she was alone. And I mean, we live in probably one of the safest places on earth. It really is Walnut Grove here. I mean, I've joked about that since I was young, and I moved out to the big city and I lived there for years. And my first son was 1.5 years when we said, forget it. There was a math house next to us, because the people that lived there moved because they didn't want their kids in that school district. And slowly but surely, all the people in my street started moving out, all the young families, all of that. And before we moved out, it was us and one other family. The rest had been turned into rental houses because they have these big companies that come through And this was also during the housing crisis. So my house that I paid $60,000 for was only worth $12,000. So these rental companies were coming in and buying these houses left and right, and they didn't care who was moving in. We had the guy across the street that moved in. He was on parole for rug crimes, and guess what he was doing? He was selling rugs, and he was selling them to a lot of these guys that would come to the bus stop for work every morning. He'd go down there. We'd see him. And that was when I saw my neighborhood start declining. We started getting car break-ins, home break-ins. There was actually a man who, that was when I learned, little tip for you guys. If you buy a new TV, take that box, slice it up into little pieces and put it in your recycling bin or in a garbage bag or something like that. Don't ever throw a TV box out to the front road, because we had a gentleman in our neighborhood who had just bought a big TV, and thank goodness he was somebody who was armed. Hi, Buffin, how you doing? Good, I'm glad you did. Welcome back. And two men kicked his front door down to come in and take his TV, and he happened to have his shotgun right next to him, and he got them both. The man in front lost his life. The man behind was injured, and thank goodness, because of the laws that we have in Michigan, this man didn't face any kind of criminal charges. He was defending his home, and these men broke in, and they were going to take his TV. And yeah. And so we had a notice coming around. We were friends with the officer that did our neighborhood watch. And he's like, if you get any big box items like that, shred it. Don't let anybody see what you've got, because it is now people driving by. And we'd have a lot of guys driving that did they drive through our neighborhood and do, they used to call them junkin'. But they'd have the old, they'd be going and getting, copper and aluminum and stuff out of people's garbage to take to the dump, because I think it's like aluminum used to, at that time, it was like 30 or 40 cents a pound. And so we actually had our waste management companies, our recycling companies had to start taking ID from people and only giving out paper checks if you went and recycled, because there were people were stealing patio furniture off people's back porches. My ex-husband worked for a gaming company, and they sold patio furniture and stuff, and they kept getting all these insurance. He said it was all these oh, good night. I didn't even know you were home. So good night. But they were literally going on people's back porches and stealing the patio furniture right off the back porch, and then brand new patio furniture, and then taking it to the aluminum recycling center and getting, a couple $100 for this aluminum patio furniture. So, they had to start IDing people, and they were only giving paper checks out, because they had to make sure that they had your ID and that there wasn't a report of, stolen patio furniture from these people that were taking it. Yeah, and I heard, and that's it. Was it left open or was it kicked open? It didn't look damaged. I'm wondering what back door. Was it that blue door that was off the garage that we all saw that had the smashed light? Or was it the door? Like, there's that little patio that we can't quite see. We can see the little bit of the patio, and we can see it when the feds were up on the guest house. But that little area, is there a slider door there? Is it French doors? Because Ashley Banfield said forced entry, but the front door doesn't look damaged. Was it a window? Again, we go back to someone working at or in the house. Did someone leave a window open or unlocked? I mean, I don't know. Are there more than one person? Did we see someone that was in similar clothes. But I mean, maybe they both went to Walmart and bought the same jacket because it was on sale, because it was on clearance for $10. That's another question too. Was somebody already in the house? Was somebody out back? Harvey came on and said that he kind of changed the timeline up a bit, and he said that was the timeline he was given. He said that 2/12 was when that footage that Kash Patel told him that 2/12 was when that footage of him taking the doorbell off, this footage right here, was taken. Now, according to the timeline that we've all seen from the FBI, though, it was 1:48 was the first ping was when the doorbell camera was disconnected, and 2:12 was when there was motion detected, but no video, so they didn't know if it was a person or not. Now he's kind of flip-flopping that, and he's saying that was 2:12. So what happened at 1:48? Why did she have a blood pressure spike at 2 a.m.? Well, and that's it too. He didn't seem real scared of being caught. He seemed unbothered. I mean, you don't see, his eyes don't look stressful there, or her, because I mean, that's still a possibility. As far as it being Anne, though, Anne's got more of a squinty eyes, and I think much more wrinkled, kind of like the neighbor, like the older eyes. Yeah, there was reports of a blood pressure spike at 2 a.m. according to, because the pacemaker was sending information to the doctor's office still. And I read something earlier that said that it still is, or at least as of a couple days ago. And so something happened at 2 a.m. Did she get up to go to the bathroom? Maybe they thought they could sneak in and she'd sleep through all of it and something happened. I mean, that's another possibility. And she heard somebody in the house and she got up, and that's when whatever happened. And they panicked and they took off with her because they heard her. I mean, it just... Oh my gosh, that was like 2 days ago. I'm trying to think of where. Was that Ashley Banfield? So what I'm gonna have to do, I'm gonna have to go through everything that I've watched and try and make like a little like clips reel of all of the stuff that we've seen so far. That was... I wasn't on yesterday. Thursday. It would have been Tuesday, I think, that we heard that. And yeah, so we can sit there and list it, and I'm going to try and find clips of everything that I have and just put it all in one shebang, because it's getting hard to keep track. Can you imagine being an investigator in this? I mean, yikes. Just absolute craziness. Who is that? Oh, and this is... So there's those eyes. And look at how different it looks between the night vision and the full color. I mean, that's just... Oh, and look. Can you see in this? It looks like... Is that a nostril right by the play button? It looks like a nostril. It doesn't look like they don't have a real large nose, whoever it is. But yeah, and it does look like there's something going on with that one eye. And whether or not it's just shadow or what, I don't know. But oh, that's not it. Upturned eyes, outer corners point upwards and sit higher than the inner corners. It's less common eye shape and it's distinctive. Let's see, what is this? Oh, and this was something that was found. This was found by JLR. Now, he didn't pick it up. He left it there, but it was a delivery slip for February 3rd that he found that was in the same area that they found the gloves. Here's this video again. Slow-mo. And I'm trying to see. The shoes. The other guy in the other video that was I think he's just a peeping Tom. The one that was in the video with his the one that was in the video with his
by the Pima County Sheriff's Department.
Let's pull this up. He looked almost like he had like a pair of like Nikes or something on. With booties, with like protective booties over top of them.
Joining us now is senior national
correspondent. I'm going to have to
Brian
stop
Ensign.
this here and
He's
there
at the
for.
scene in Tucson with the latest. So, Brian, what is kind of evidence is being withheld from the FBI, and is there any explanation by the?
Oh, and that was that the person that was on the.
They appear not to be cooperating.
Yeah, I mean, this is shocking. I think, Katie, you were the first.
I wish we could get a really good head-on picture of that guy.
Days ago about the Pima County Sheriff's Office, and now what is unfolding is jaw-dropping. News Nation has confirmed that the Pima County Sheriff's Office, Sheriff Chris Nanos, that they are withholding key evidence. That's the way it's being described to us.
Okay, so that was the gloves and the blood evidence, I believe. Is he? See, that's what I'm trying to figure out. I was trying to figure out how tall JLR was too. I know what is with all these white vehicles. Like it's like
key evidence from the FBI, and what we are told is that there is a glove that was discovered inside Nancy Guthrie's home, which is the house behind me. And that in itself is new. We didn't know they discovered a glove, but that there was a glove discovered and that the FBI wanted to send the glove to Quantico, obviously the best place in the world to test it for DNA, and that the sheriff blocked that and instead sent the glove to a private lab that the sheriff's office works with.
And that's the thing. So this private lab, and like Nancy Grace was saying, you know, if you use up all that DNA, then what do you do if you don't? Oh, we don't find anything. And see, that's a wonder. Is it? So is that the pair then that they're talking about? Because I keep hearing them say they found gloves, so it must be the one. So the one in the house and the one off on that Campbell Road, I think, is what it was. Oh yeah, well, I mean, he already has been for multiple things.
In Florida. Now, this new reporting does not come as a surprise to me after being here on the ground, because for days we've been hearing from locals and local investigators that they are concerned about the way the sheriff has been handling the case. From day one, they don't understand why the sheriff didn't call the FBI in to assist, And even today, I heard from investigators working on the case that they still don't even know who's in charge. And they're the ones working the case, that they don't know whether it's the sheriff or whether it's the FBI, Katie.
Joining us now is senior.
Yeah, so they just really don't know which way to turn. Oh, here is the. This is what I was talking about. This is that. He's like a previous sheriff or something. Not that we know of. I mean, there's other cameras. There's other camera. The camera footage that we have is nothing. Okay. They've got, because they went and got that camera footage off of the guest house. They pulled that camera off. I'm sure there's other cameras, like maybe the back porch. And yeah, so that's what I'm hoping is that if he took that flashlight out of his mouth or anything, some of that gets in there, that DNA, then maybe we could be lucky enough that he's in CODIS and they find him. Here, I'm going to do the same thing. I'll play it for a couple seconds, pause it.
And it should have been recognized initially that once this is labeled an abduction, get a task force together and bring on the FBI and ask them to take it over.
Why do you think that didn't happen?
Unfortunately, the sheriff, Chris Nanos, has an exorbitant ego, and
there we go. Someone else, another person saying it. No, she doesn't live on the water or anything. It's a guest house that's next to it, and that's where they found. He looks like a little kid. Or if they had like one of the booster seats in there. I love Brian Edton. I shouldn't make fun of him.
In one case I can think of prior to this one, told the FBI he's the better investigator and he doesn't need their help. And that was a critical case that we needed their help.
Oh, did you hear that? Nanos said this is in another case, a critical case, that they needed their help, that he was the better investigator and he didn't need their help.
With this one in particular, they have far more resources than a sheriff's department has. And it should have been recognized initially that once this is labeled an abduction, get a task force together and bring on the FBI and ask them to take it over.
Well, that's it. It's like the elite of the elite. Why wouldn't you just want them? Just for the safety of your community. To me, I don't know. I wouldn't. Ego, I would think more highly of him if he did say, you know what, we don't have the resources to do this. So please work with us and let's find where this lady is.
Why do you think that didn't happen?
Unfortunately, the sheriff, Chris Nanos, has an exorbitant ego, and he, in one case I can think of prior to this one, told the FBI he's the better investigator and he doesn't need their help. And that was a critical case that we needed their help with. This one in particular, they have far more resources than a sheriff's department has.
So yeah, so we've got, I don't understand. Sometimes that is the hero move, is to say, I don't have this and I need help. I mean, I always tell my kids, I've got 2 boys, and they, little kids think that being afraid means you're not brave. And that's absolutely the opposite thing. To me, people, if you're not afraid, being not afraid ever doesn't show bravery. A lot of times it shows stupidity, because that's part of life, is being afraid of little things. It's about what you do when you're afraid. Whether you try to conquer your fear and you make good choices, or you run and make bad choices. So, but, again, we have another little guy syndrome, and well, and that's just it. And then he kept backtracking. Exactly, the Bryson family. He just kept backtracking and backtracking and backtracking. And it's like, he just needed to I think he needed to just be quiet. Just come out and say, we're working on this with the FBI. We will let you know what we have as we have it. And then actually gone forth and done this. Because all along, until I started to hear this stuff, I thought at the beginning that they were working in conjunction with the FBI. I would think, because kidnapping is a federal crime, because this is something that could reach to international borders, to state borders, to things like that. So why wouldn't you do if you love your community and you love your county, why wouldn't you do every single thing that you could, even if it meant stepping back and saying, hey, go ahead, feds. And fear is natural. It really is. Not always knowing how to do something. I've learned that in my nail business. There's plenty of stuff that people will ask me, hey, can you do this for me? And I'll tell them, no. I can do one of two things. I can either work on a different design with you with something that is in my wheelhouse, or I can send you to someone. I can refer you to somebody that I know can do exactly what you want. Why wouldn't I do that? If I'm doing this for the people that come to me as clients, if I'm not just in it for the money, which I'm not, this is my job. I love doing my job. Then you do what's best for the people, not what's best for you. And I'm glad I found that, because that is the clip that I was talking about, that was this not all us? I had to crash out yesterday. I was so tired. I was up till 5 with this is the lady with the dog. I don't even go on Twitter that often because there's so many crazy things. And we saw that earlier at the end of JLR's video, like these lights. I mean, these poor people, this is what their life is getting right now. I don't blame the neighbors for being grumpy. And
been missing for 10 days. And this whole case is so suspicious to me. And I feel like between you and I, we could have probably solved this like 5 days ago now.
Right? Is that not all of us talking right now?
Let's go back to the beginning.
I think we all kind of feel that way, right? That we all could have had this already done. And Michael, I mean, that's what it looks like. I mean, we're on day 12. And now the FBI was just today tenting and doing all of that stuff. And I don't even really know what to say about all that.
So she Ubers to her daughter's house. She's 84 years old with limited mobility. She lives 4 minutes away from her daughter's house. And they let her Uber?
Problem number one that I have. And I'm saying, Puffin, right? That's what I'm saying. We get all of us together. We got this. And that's it, too. I think that if she wasn't being hidden somewhere, that, they would have found her. They would have dumped her somewhere or done something.
That's suspicious to me right there.
Oh, and I don't know who this lady is. It's just someone on TikTok. JT Pla. Just someone that's on TikTok that someone had shared.
Number 2, they drive her home at 9:48 and open the garage door for 2 minutes. The woman has, if an 84-year-old with limited mobility has to get out of the car and walk in through the garage, I think it would take more than 2 minutes. And who?
Now, I thought about that too. Anyone that's been here with me knows that I recently lost my mom in September. And that was one of the things that we would laugh about, is how long it would take her to get out of the car. We'd kind of laugh like, listen, we're just going to, like, it was a cold day. I wouldn't turn the car off. I'd let the heat go because I knew, because I wouldn't let her just walk up to her door. Even though I lived right next door to her, I would not let her walk up to her door by herself. So I'm standing out there. I was like, okay, I'm going to wait until you get out of the car. And every time she'd get her foot stuck or she'd get her purse stuck or something, because she had arthritis and she had issues. And yeah, well, they have spoken to the Uber driver, from what I've heard, and they vetted him, and the ride was legit. Nothing happened. He dropped her off.
Who had access to the garage door? But in any way, so she walks in. 2 minutes. It takes her 2 minutes to get from the car inside the garage door.
We don't know that, though. If she had a keypad, she could have been standing at the garage door, putting the keypad number in, and then walked from, say, the door into the house. That could be about 10 minutes. Or 2 minutes, 10 minutes. With my mom, it would have been 10 minutes, because she would have had to turn around and say things 3 times and get mad at me because I wasn't carrying her bag right or something,
Something fishy with that. All right. And then at 1:48 or so, and I might have the minutes wrong.
Oh, no problem, lady.
At 1:48, somebody removes the door ring bell camera. Okay. But then at 2:41 or 2:21, half hour later, there's movement. So how is there movement on the camera if they have already removed it?
Well, the other camera. See, they're not telling us which camera is which. According to Ashley Banfield, her source. See, that's what I'm wondering too. Do you think, this might be a way out there theory, do you think that was told to Ashley Banfield? Some of those things that have kind of panned out to not be correct, to kind of throw everybody off? See, that's what I wondered. They follow her? Were they already there, waiting for her to go to bed? Waiting for someone else? And yeah, it would keep recording. And that's what I want to know too. Was it normal for her to ride Ubers? Was she being just like, a sassy little Nana? And I'm not waiting for you. I'm getting an Uber and I'm going. But this is the thing. How many 84-year-olds do you know that are suave with the technology to be able to go on an app and order an Uber to come pick her up and drop her off? Now, yes, she was smart as a tack, but she was 84, and that's not. My mom, every time she got a text, she thought she had an email. Okay. I mean, that's like, and I'm not being disrespectful to my mom. We laugh and we giggle about it.
Just me? Okay.
She did get the timeline. Well, we don't know though. The timeline that we have is 1:48 is the first motion. 2:00 is the blood pressure spike. 2:12 is the second motion. 1:48 is when the camera's removed. 2:00 is a blood pressure spike. 2:12 is the second motion detection. 2:30 something, 2:40 something is when the pacemaker disconnects from the phone, the Bluetooth phone. And we've since heard that there was 2 phones. And I think, was it you, Stone, that was saying that usually you have a phone, and someone else in here earlier said it too. Usually have a phone that has that uses for your medical devices, and then your regular phone. You wouldn't put your pacemaker or your heart monitor or anything like that on your phone that you use to dial and order pizza from. You would have a second one. And Oh yeah, I mean, it's kind of funny my mom had lost her phone and I found it after she passed away and there was a voice memo on it. And it was her swearing, going, I just want to make a phone call. And she was, she thought she was dialing out. I just thought, oh my gosh, it's too bad I hadn't caught that before because we would have had a good laugh about it. Well, see, that's it. My mom would pick up the phone. My mom called me my aunt's name all the time. I mean, and it just, is it 228? Okay, 228. The pacemaker was disconnected, was removed from this, was gone from the scene, and whatever that device was stayed at the scene. And that's kind of what it sounds like too, about this pacemaker, is that it was sending signals constantly to the doctor, her cardiologist or whoever put it in.
So now she's gone, and she left her phone, her cane, her medicine, everything else behind, but there's blood at the front door.
Now, I hadn't heard the cane.
Well,
but
I believe that whoever took her forcefully or injured.
Yeah.
But why not take all her things? And then a half hour later, her heart monitor stops working.
Well, it didn't stop working. It was still working because they have said since that they were still getting signals from it. It was still sending information to the doctor. So it's somewhere. Now, whether, and they, well, that's just it. And like, I'm wondering, what's it? Is this set up? Was this somebody that they knew and they figured they would just not even call the police? They would just pay. They would pick her up. They would take her somewhere for a weekend, keep their identities, hidden. And the family would just pay in a couple days that bugs me too, though, that this ransom wasn't asked for until 3 days later. Well, and that's it too. Was there a will change all of a sudden? And, see, we don't know any personal details about her like that.
Okay, so is the heart monitor not hooked up to someone like a daughter, a doctor, an app somewhere that somebody
doctor
can, say, oh, hey, my mom, her heart monitor just stopped. Maybe I should check in on her. No, nobody does that. The following day, when she doesn't show up to a at-home church service at her friend's house, the friend calls the daughter. So the question is, does she normally go to her friend's house on Sunday? Does she take an Uber? Does she drive? Does she get picked up?
Now, we go to what the neighbor said. A couple of neighbors that JLR talked to said, yes, she does drive her car. She does, but I'm assuming probably like my mom during the day. My mom didn't like driving at night, and we didn't want her driving at night. It was a nightmare during the day, okay? But to have her driving out there at night, there's, and I would assume she probably drove her car. But my thought was, dinner. What time did she go to dinner? It's getting dark about, at that time, 5, 6 o'clock is starting to get dark. And it's really dark out where she lives. So I get not wanting to drive to Annie and Tommaso's house, but I don't get why somebody didn't pick her up. I just don't get that. Why make your mom spend money and have a stranger driver, or you set it up and spend the money when you could just, hi, Ellen, when you could just drive around. Now, they lived 4 miles away, which took 10 minutes. So there is a little bit of discrepancy on some of the facts that she has, but still, I don't understand that. Well, and see, that's the thing, but it had been said that she had she was going to a friend's house and they would go on, all of them would go on church. Well, I don't know about all of them. It could be 2 people. It could be 4 people. And see, letting her go into the house alone. Yeah. This big, huge house. And I don't know. Could there have been family fights about that? About, hey, you're not taking care of mom the way you're supposed to. Because, this woman had 7 years on my mother. And we didn't know. My mom wasn't sick. She was starting to get a little confused, but that was about it. Now, I'll tell you, when she did pass and I've been getting into the house and finding different things, I think she was a lot more confused than I knew she was. That she was hiding it really well. And part of me says, maybe it was a good thing that she passed when she did, because we didn't have to go through all the confusion, the dementia, the depression, all of that she didn't have to suffer with that, Well, I don't know. I know Savannah's kids are young. I don't know about Tommaso and Annie. We've heard possibly a daughter, but who knows? See, I don't know. I wondered about that too, but we haven't heard anything. Because here I am thinking about the whole Nick Reiner living in the guest house. You've got the kid that just can't make it. Was there some family member, something that was staying out there? And that's it. I've heard that she did have a housekeeper. Yeah, because there's no way she could take care of it. She couldn't even walk. If it took her that long and she looked that unsteady to her neighbors walking to the mailbox, she's not cleaning the house. She's not. That's what I think she's about my age, and I'm 48. I believe she's about my age. So yeah, probably late 40s, early 50s. She had a first marriage that only lasted a few years, and then she married this guy, and he's a little bit older than her. But and I don't know. We don't know anything about the brother. He's been very, very quiet. And that's what I think too. Like, I had, for my mom, Savannah is a host on the Today Show. And I didn't even know who she was until this happened. So that's the thing too. I keep feeling like if you're going to do a high profile kidnapping for millions of dollars, that there's other people that you would go after as far as money wise. 71. Okay. There's other people they would go after, because his net worth wasn't even, when we looked up his net worth, it wasn't even half of or was about half of the ransom. So even if he cashed in every single thing that they had, Annie is a poet, and she's written some like 4 poetry books. Well, that's what some people wonder too, because she did that interview, and she interviewed that that Virginia, the one that took her life. So I hadn't heard that. Yeah, no, she's not making the money. And he's a teacher. He's like a 6th grade, I think. When I'm trying to think of where we read it, it was, he taught like he was like into like science and things like that. So Guthrie, yes, thank you. So that's why I keep going back. Was this somebody? Was this them and they didn't expect it to go this far? Or maybe they did this to get some money And yeah, she interviewed her and like 5 other victims. But there hasn't been anything that anybody said that's tied to that. And I wonder, could you go back to a teacher and a poet buying a very expensive house, and that could be it too. Her mother was an Episcopalian, and any of that occult, metaphysical, psychic, any of that stuff is nah. I mean, that my grandmother always told me there's only 2 people that can tell you the future, and that's God and the devil. And that she did not want anything to do with any. In fact, if she knew that I liked watching these paranormal shows and stuff, she would have had a fit, because that is akin to dancing with the devil to her, you know? And, oh, most definitely. And, they were, yeah, most definitely, more successful. Well, and see, that's it. I mean, we had 100-watt bulbs everywhere around my mom's house. I mean, it was just like, looked like the airport, you know? We were not like, and just what if she steps outside or something? And, exactly, Lady Blue. Yes, exactly. And so that's just how I was raised, is that you didn't get into that stuff. You didn't talk to spirits. You didn't, use Ouija boards. You didn't wish bad things on people, because it would come back to you tenfold. I mean, and it's not. I feel like somebody is punking all of us, but who? Who is? There was odd behavior. Oh, and see, that's it. I have a friend who, yeah, her kids, they're not allowed to watch Harry Potter, because that's witchcraft. And I'm not. With my sons, we always just, it's pretend, it's, but, oh, here, I keep talking. Let me click on this so we can listen to some, oh, wrong one. Sorry,
No answers there. Okay. And then today, 12 days later, they are just now taking DNA from the houses.
Mm-hmm.
So now the police have been in, the FBI have been in, people have been in and out.
Well, now it isn't just today. The FBI, it sounded like today is what happened, was the FBI is like, we're coming in and we're taking our own samples. They closed off that porch, hopefully taking more samples. I mean, because they would have had to take samples those first couple days, because that's how we found out that was Nancy's blood on the step. We did not hear anything about the blood that was found inside the house, but I haven't read it, but I watched it, and they're kind of fun to me. How I had my boys look at it is it was no different than like Raiders of the Lost Ark or anything like that. But
reporters have been in. 100 people have been traipsing through the house, and they're just now, 10 days later, finding DNA. And
that bugs me. All the people that have been in that house. The family was in the house. And who knows what they did that night? Did they clean all that up? How much blood was it? Was it a drop of blood on a table? Was it a big scene where it looks like she got hurt and blood all over the place? Like,
well, I'm sure that DNA belongs to somebody that's been in there, but not the perpetrators. Okay, let's move on. So they get a ransom note, and the daughter, who's a gazillionaire, doesn't offer any of her own money. She doesn't.
But that's the thing too. Is she a gazillionaire? Well, someone said that her dog died. Puff and I had heard that her dog died. Well, that's it. Yeah, the pizza guy, the neighbor whose dog's peeing all over the place. Thanks, lady. And that's it. Where have canine teams been? I am too. See, that's what I love about this. And that's one of the reasons why I did this. Normally we are talking true crime, but I'm not streaming JLR or anything or anyone else. We're doing nails and we're talking about all the things, just everything. But you get into like JLR's chat or Mel's chat, and it's like, and I can't. My anxiety. I couldn't even read what other people were thinking, and so I thought, let's come over here and do this. My chat moves a lot slower, and I'm trying to build my channel. It's a great way to meet people that are interested in the same things I am, and I kind of figured out this setup today with my claw cam, so I can still do the nails and the tutorials stuff that I do for my people, but we can still talk and watch this stuff. And I can't either pair it. Oh, see, our raccoons here, they flip you off in bright lights. They don't care. They don't care at all. See, that's it too. Where bloodhounds, cadaver dogs, live dogs. I mean, anything. Hey, Nadia. Welcome back, girl. What's up? I'm here to answer a question, maybe. If I've got an answer. I'll play this while I wait for you.
She's got $40 million. And she doesn't say, you know what? I'm going to put up $1 million for anyone to return my mother. No, she doesn't do that. The FBI posts a $2,500 bail at first. $2,500. I mean, most people would give that for their dog. And secondly, another $50,000, which I think the FBI posted also.
So I didn't see anything about $2,500. Oh, yeah, I saw him on Facebook. Yeah. That's awesome. Yay, Puffin. I gotta do that too with some of this. I need another nail polish rack. I'm going through everything and I'm yeah, because Manny normally follows that Vanessa Tiarina. She scares the crud out of me, let me tell you. Well, and see, that's it too. Yeah, I only saw the 50K and the 100K. Oh, not right now. Not right now. Maybe tomorrow. Got me all nervous. I remember him. He's come into Marissa's streams and stuff like that. But yeah, well, let me get some stuff together and maybe I can. I've got him on my Facebook page too, I think. Yeah, the weekend. Yeah, I'd be willing to do something like that on the weekend. I like him. And I liked his little friend, the one that passed away too. He was such a little. They used to crack me up. And Vanessa did not like them at all. Oh man. I mean, I don't blame her, but yeah, she said. Okay, so you did hear. I had not heard anything about the 2,500, but there's so much I totally could have missed it. Oh, and I think the FBI definitely knows way more, way more than what's going on. And she said, she's worth $40 million. I haven't seen $40 million, but what I do know and have read is that a lot of people, just because you're worth a certain amount of money, like Michael Jackson was worth, like, I can't remember how many billions of dollars, but he didn't have a penny in his pocket because it was either already tied up in property, in credit cards, in, investments, things like that. we had the one that was with what is it? That's what this lady on here said, but I hadn't heard 40 million. I mean, I don't know, but I hadn't heard that. And no, not that I haven't heard the heart doctor spoke. The FBI was in on that one press conference. It was like the second press conference that they did, and then that's been it. Excuse me, KT, what are you talking about? And don't you freaking come in here and be rude to me. If you have a question, ask it. If not, move along. Well, and see, that's it. So, well, I can't remember how much he was worth, but it wasn't as much as even the ransom was. So yeah, it's just, it's all suspicious. But, and I don't know who is putting up, let's see. Bye-bye, asshole. Yeah, so that's not going to go okay in here. Anyone can come in here and give an opinion, but you absolutely will not be rude to me or anyone in my chat. This is here for everyone to throw out their ideas. So the only person that doesn't know what they're talking about is you, KT, because you done fell and bumped your head if you think that your dumb ass is going to come in here and treat anyone like that. So let me make it clear, because you are the only person literally in 3 days that has come in here and acted like a fool. So bye. I have not had to block anybody, you guys, no one, except for this idiot. So, he said that I didn't know what I was talking about and called me a see you next Tuesday. So I just proved to him what a see you next Tuesday I can be. So bye. Yeah, they put the 10 up this morning. JLR got there, I think he said 5 a.m. And it was, I was watching when they put, all of a sudden they put the 10 up and it was like, oh my gosh. And yeah, it was, and the other thing is the other vehicle that came up there. I mean, I know it's FBI, but it had a New Mexico plate on it. Oh yeah, no, I'm quick on the trolls. And like I said, I really don't ban. I have on my, I have now 3 people blocked on my account. That's it. Because I really am easygoing. I respect everyone's opinion, but nobody's ever going to come in here calling me names or anyone else, especially not a name like that, and not get the business end of my block button. So they can hang out at the block party. We got off-brand Kool-Aid that tastes like crap and no lights. So good luck to you. I'm going to, when I get done, make a comment on one of my videos so that I can take your @ name, because I can't. Nope, it won't let me. When I'm on regular YouTube, it lets me copy and paste the names, but I can't do that on StreamYard for some reason. And I'm having issues with my mod thing in my studio. But my computer just did last night a whole update, a huge update. So I'm hoping that once I go in there, I can put mods back in. But yes, I definitely will do that. Because I think I'm just on a different, what do you call it? Like a different, I'm on a different schedule than everybody that I put as mods. So, yeah, that'll be perfect. And then, because I think, I think that I think that that's what it was freezing me out, and it wouldn't let me put my mods in. And usually I have driver here, but he went to bed on me. So hi, Cleo. See, that's what I think too. I think they look like a man's eyes, but I mean, I could be wrong. Oh, you guys, maybe that KT is the masked person, and they're mad because we're onto them. See, that's probably what it is. That I don't know. I haven't seen any social media. I mean, Savannah would have, because she had her mother was on the show a lot. Oh, I'm so glad. I'm so glad you came on. Yeah, I do a lot of late nights because I work out of my home. I have my nail business and I have my 2 boys. So I'm stay at home, work at home. And normally during the day, and especially like after school and bedtime, I'm doing all that stuff. So a lot of times I'm on here late night. And that's what happens too, is I fall asleep early and then I can't sleep all night because I wake up. And so I'm glad you enjoy it. Yes, definitely. Glad to meet you, Ladybug. Or Lady Blue, not Ladybug. Sorry, I'm getting tired. But if that KT was a decent troll, he'd go make another account and come back and try and mess with us, right? So, but yeah, no, I don't like blocking people. I hate it. I think, and honestly, I've had people come in and say something really rude. And then when I correct them, or if I say, hey, take it down a notch, then they're usually fine and they get into these nice discussions with us. But if someone's going to act like that, then we don't need them. We don't need them. So, and I think people think that people that do know me, they're like, oh, you're so sweet. You're so sweet. I'm really not. I'm really a grumpy old postmenopausal lady with a boy mom. And I take apps, and I'm an autism mom. So I take absolutely zero crap from people. So, I don't know, Stone. I feel like it's going to be one of 2 extremes. Either all of a sudden we're not going to hear anything and boom, we're going to get some news report that she's come back and everything's all right. Or like Puffin said, yeah, it's going to be a while, if ever. I mean, that's something that we have to think about, as invested as a lot of us are, because we think about our mothers and we think about our aunts and our, and our family members that are older and that need us. And so we are invested, and that's it. I feel that way too. I feel like, oh my gosh, I can't imagine if this was my mother. I can't imagine if this was my aunt or my grandmother. And no. Well, and remember there was that, which I don't think this is the case in here, but that they were calling her the runaway bride. That she, hey, allegedly, Lisa, that she just disappeared before her wedding and then showed up. She had gone off with some guy, and here they thought she was gone. They thought she was kidnapped, dead, and then she ends up with this guy. And I think that she got charged, but I hope she got charged for false report, whatever. But yeah. So let's listen to the rest.
I didn't hear Savannah Guthrie say, I will take some of my $40 million and I will post a bond, a bail, or, a reward for my mother. All suspicious, very suspicious. Anyway, is it me, or then they searched the perimeter, but not until 5 days later.
Mm-hmm.
Then they find another camera on the roof, not until a couple days later. I mean, what kind of people are running this show? And the sheriff is at a football game, while
basketball.
The investigation is
going
Grandma. On. I don't know what the hell is going on, but honestly, watching the Guthrie kidnapping 24/7 on every channel is getting a little old. So there you go. That's my take on this. And if I ever disappear, I don't know. There should be clues.
Yeah.
There will be clues if I ever disappear. Anyway, take a look at my cat. Yay.
Unsolicited cat picture. So there we go. But well, and that's it. Yeah. Because it's your mom. And you just think. Well, that's it. I mean, oh my gosh, just think about. I like her too. Yeah. She didn't have all her facts right, but I mean, she was hilarious. And and see, it's not too much for me. She apparently was not watching the drama and crama stuff that I was watching before this happened because I was getting sick of that. So I feel like at least by watching this and praying and putting out positive vibes for her, like we can't help. This is a small way to help a little bit, Oh, no problem. It's not hard work. It's just finding time to do it. Catch everybody, catch all my, all the new people that I've met so that we can have, you guys are great. We've had some awesome discussions. And like I said, I really do want to thank you so much because everyone in here has been so not only respectful of me, but respectful of each other. And that's it. We're keeping it alive, keeping it out there. We're not letting this just disappear, at least for right now. I mean, yes, there is eventually a time when everybody's going to have to say, okay, we keep her name out there. We keep it going, but we have to not obsess ourselves. We can't lose sleep. We can't not do what we need to do and things like that because we're so into this. And yeah, kind of. I'm a Virgo and my brain just likes to figure things out. I'm a fixer. That's what I am in life. I am like that to every person that I know, everybody that I love. I am the fixer of their problems. And it bugs me when I can't figure something out. Oh, yeah. Hey, thanks for coming in. You guys could have picked anywhere in the world to be, and you're here hanging out with me. And I love that, And like I said, it's not always all of this moment-to-moment action. I mean, when there's not anything going on, we're going over cold cases. We're going over unsolved missing cases in Michigan and other states. And I mean, there's always an element of true crime in what I do. And like I said, nails are my business. And I have this started out as a place to share my nail creations. And so I've got kind of a mix of everybody. Some people look and they like to watch because they think it's like it feels like ASMR to them. They watch, they listen to me paint nails, listen to me talk true crime, and they relax. And I'm fine with that too. I used to be a non-talker. I used to just watch. And well, and that's just it. What happens with that? And what happened to the ransom? Was it real? Did they find out that second one wasn't real? I mean, that's bugging me. Because then you would think that there would be proof. Because then you go to stage 3 of, all right, now if you want her back to bury her, now we need this. Oh, I can't even, and I know it's not that I don't care about the files. They just make me absolutely sick to look. I can't look. I would rather look at a murder scene than to look at anything that involves the harm mentally or physically to a child. I just can't. I mean, I could watch some of the goriest movies on the face of the earth, but I can't look at that. And you're right, we don't have to look. If I see it, I scroll right by. I have a good friend that was covering some of that, and I just told her, I'm like, I can't. And yeah, I am I know a little bit about this, a little bit about that, but not a lot about a lot of stuff. But, and I like educating myself. I like looking stuff up. It's funny. I remember my parents telling me, like, when I got older, I hated school growing up. And they said, when you get older, you might like educating yourself and things like that. And I found that I really did. And when I took schooling later on in life, I did much better because my brain was in a spot where I liked digging for information. And I liked, well, exactly. And that's one of the things my channel is about, is self-care. And oh, Stone, I'm so glad you're here. I'm so glad you came in here. I'm glad all of you are here. I mean, I'm not trying to sound cheesy, but especially online, it's hard to find people that aren't ready to fight when they come into a chat. I mean, and I've seen in the other chats, some of the stuff that goes by that people are saying. There's just absolutely no need. There's no need to treat somebody like that. There's no need to talk to somebody like that, even if you don't agree, even if they say something that's wrong. And you guys have done it. If I get something wrong, politely let me know. I'll look it up. We'll find it. We'll figure it out. I'm not perfect. I don't have all the answers. I'm hearing the same stuff that you guys are. I have the same sources that you guys have. And yeah, it is. It's so backwards. And I love it now. And well, thank you, because a lot of people think, because my voice, they think I'm a guy. So thank you for knowing I was a female too. Some lady called me a transformer a while back. I don't think you got that right, lady. But well, and see, that's what I felt like. Like, I was really getting so down in the dumps just about all the negativity that I was watching and everything from people that I really, really liked watching at one time. And they maybe didn't all get along, but I've never been into, I don't care. I don't care if this person likes this person or that person likes that person. If I like someone's content, I'm going to watch them. But now a lot of the people that I watched, their content is each other. And that's cool. That's them. That's their channel. They have the right to do whatever they want, but I just can't do that. I can't watch that all the time. And oh, thank you so much, Stone. And that's it too. And I think that's it. Losing my mom, I just really had no more patience for that. I thought, we just never know what's going to happen tomorrow. You know, it was so surprising with my mom. I mean, I was supposed to take her to go get a pedicure the next day because, as you will all learn, I cannot stand feet. Okay. If someone puts their foot on me, an adult puts their foot on me, I will barf. Okay. That's just one of my things. But, and the next thing I know, I'm hiring a probate attorney and I'm trying to figure out how to deal with all this stuff. And I'm looking at people fighting over, some of it's important, but some of it's trivial and some of it's just not worth taking on someone else's negativity to fight over. It's just not worth it. And, and I lost my father about 11 years ago. And while that was hard, losing my mom, she was my best friend. And that really it's still. And I really think that that there's parts of me that have not, because I'm so busy. I'm an only child. So I'm so busy taking care of everything that it hasn't really hit me yet. I have a feeling that there's going to be just a day. I mean, I have my moments when I'm cleaning something out, when I'm packing something up, and well, that's it. There's something about a mother, whether you're close or not. Maybe it's that bond. And maybe it's that, like, I know with my mom, I was always trying to make her proud. And she told me she was proud of me, but I always felt like maybe I wasn't quite doing it enough, and that's something that I'm wondering about as I get through life, as I get through different milestones, especially with my boys, it's going to hit me. Well, and that's it too. I already had fighting in my family. I didn't need to watch other people fight online. It just was no. You too, Cleo. Thanks for coming in and being part of the conversation. And thanks for being polite and kind. But it really made me realize life is so short. And yeah, I lost my roots. I kept saying that I felt like a little lost duck. And I felt like she was the last person to know a lot of this family history and a lot of this stuff. And so I'm really trying to make sure that I remember a lot of stuff, that I find all these pictures, that I find all this stuff so that my boys know the great things about her. And that is a great way of putting it, Stone. A great way. Oh, so you guys got me teary. And that doesn't happen very often, especially not online. I'm going to be like that lady what's her name? They're always making fun of her because she always goes online and cries when people are mean to her. I can't remember her name right now, but I promise I won't be her. Yeah, and that's it. And my mom and I didn't always get along, but that was okay too. We grew up like sisters. It was just her and me my whole life. My dad was being a dad, wherever he was doing his thing. And that's it, is finding other people that know that pain. It is a pain that you don't know until you feel it. And I just know that no matter what, everything's going to be okay. There's going to be days I cry. There's going to be days that I am happy. There's going to be days I am pissed off, and it's all okay. There's going to be days I'm depressed, and it's okay. I think that's something that, and I think is, that's really sweet. I like that, Michael. I like that a lot. See, I was an only child too. And, I believe that, Puffin. I really do believe that. And I am not, don't get me wrong, I'm not embarrassed to cry. I am a huge proponent of, I think that in life, we don't give especially nowadays, we don't give ourselves enough grace. And that is what makes us so depressed. We feel like we are supposed to be able to handle this stuff. And we're supposed to know automatically how to do it all, how to go through it all. And everybody grieves differently. And there is no handbook. There is nothing that tells you how you're going to feel when something like this happens. And yeah, oh gosh, yeah. My dad's been gone 11 years and I still cry. Oh, see, that's why we all met each other too. I was spoiled too. I was spoiled with things. And my mom loved me. I knew that. But my mom was a teacher. And so a lot of things growing up were about how does this, what are other people going to think? And part of that was her generation, that how are people going to think? How are people going to look at us? And I grew up learning from that and seeing how unhappy she was by believing that it mattered what other people thought. And oh wow, that had to be hard. So see, preachers and teachers' daughters, see, we got it the worst. We got it the worst. And I think police officers' daughters, they're probably, oh, I think so too. I think so too. Well, and see, the Bryson family, I think that's part of it too. My mom and I didn't always have the best relationship. But I think that that's that dynamic between mothers and daughters, and it doesn't matter. And see, yeah, my dad is a vet. My dad had PTSD. It was rough for him. And, oh, absolutely. Absolutely. That's what I try to teach my sons, is how to that it's okay to cry, and it's okay to be scared, and it's okay to worry about what comes next. And oh, that's awesome, Nadia. This is getting creepy, you guys. I'm telling you. But no, that's what I tell my boys all the time. It's okay to cry. Because both of their dads are not real criers. They're not real emotional men. And that's something that my oldest son was really lucky to have when he was in Scouts, to have the Scoutmaster that he did. This man was, oh gosh, we just call him our superhero. He's retired Navy. He was in special ops. He's just this, I mean, but the biggest gentle giant you've ever met in your life. And that was something that I taught my boys, and that he also echoed and taught to our boys. And they asked him, were you ever scared? And he was like, I was scared every minute, every time I had to go in and do something. But go Navy. My family is Army, Navy, and Air Force. So, and he said, being brave doesn't mean you're not scared. And I tell my boys this all the time. Being brave is being scared and still facing your fears, and oh, that's awesome. My oldest, he was about 3 years away. Well, 2 years away from eagling, and he decided that he just didn't want to do it. With the autism and everything, I knew it was probably going to be me doing his Eagle project and all of that. And we had a talk here. We said, you know what? It's not fair to the other boys. If I'm going to have to help you and pretty much not willing to put in the work, then it's not fair to do it. And he moved on to other things, and now he's really into all of his train engineering and everything, which I think is probably going to be part of his job. But exactly, lady, exactly. See, that's part of me what I wonder. Did he? See, that I don't know. I don't know about the polygraph. You know what? I do have one Marine in my family, actually. I just thought about that. My cousin is a Marine, or was. He's retired now. But yeah. So yeah, we have every branch. My other great-grandfather was Coast Guard in World War II. So my gosh, I think we have hit every single branch of the military in my family. Oh, and see, I was not allowed to go to apply for, because I had talked about the Navy and possibly the Air Force, but Air Force, they still didn't let any women fly or anything like that. And my grandfather's old school. He kind of laughed at me. And my mother and my grandmother told me that they were still reeling from my dad getting drafted into Vietnam. So they wanted no part of me joining any kind of forces. I wanted to be a police officer, but when I went on a tour of the county jail, a couple of the deputies told me that I was too, now it's not so much anymore, they probably love me now, but they told me that I was too little to be a police officer. But he hadn't heard my voice, he didn't hear me screaming and yelling, so I probably would have been a great police officer. I would have scared the imagine some little 5 foot tall woman armed running at you. You're not, yeah. Oh, really? Wow. Oh, no. So see, you kept him safe, Stone. See, that's what I ultimately wanted to be. I wanted to be like a homicide detective because I watched all that stuff. And I took criminal justice in school. And then I ended up I knew that my parents couldn't afford college. I didn't want to put them in that kind of debt. And I knew that at that time I wasn't going to be a good, oh, lady, that's awesome. Oh, that's awesome. So see, we're going to be asking you tons of questions in here. I did too, Puffin. I did too. This is awesome. I mean, I pride myself on not needing many people, but I really did need you guys tonight. You too. Have a great night, Michael. It's late here too, but I keep on talking. Yeah, how long have you been retired? That is cool. No, I'm glad. I believe that everybody comes into everybody's life. I was just talking about this with Molly a couple weeks ago. That we all come into our lives, to each other's lives at the right time. And everybody is a lesson, whether it's a good lesson or a bad lesson. I know. Oh my gosh, I'm trying to let me work on that because we should have a panel one night. I will figure that out. Maybe we'll do that Saturday night. We can do a panel. I just upgraded. So driver bought me a month of the upgraded StreamYard. And so I've got to figure out how it all works. But maybe we can do that Saturday night. And then we can all yell at people. Either like tomorrow's Friday, yeah. And I can set up my microphone so my sound is a little bit better. Because that's something that I did notice. When I was going live from my phone has a lot better sound and my computer than StreamYard. StreamYard must do something to the sound. Yep, exactly. Exactly. And look, we even have, somebody asked me to put more of these Kuromi nails up on my website. So there's our Kuromis. And these two I'm going to paint. I will do the other ones tomorrow, quick off camera. Well, it depends on if I'm off. Who knows? Yeah, we can all yell at people. But yeah, no, I really am glad. This is the thing. I have a good friend that, like I said, that has a channel. Her name's Molly Go Lightly. She does life coaching. She does. Yeah, everybody turn on your notifications so you know when I go live. I never really know. I know that's what I'm going to try and figure out is how to. There. Oh, you can see my, whoops. Yes, I just got some cat eye. I'm still trying to figure it out, Nadia. I am such a mess with it. It's like, I think I need to get, this is I bought 2 6, was it, let me see, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. I bought 2 6-piece sets, and I got this, it's the Born Pretty gel cat eye, and I'm trying to work with it, but I think I need a better magnet. Rosalind? No, I haven't. You know what ones I want to try, and they're not cat eye, but they're by Beetles. It's this new chrome. Yeah, it's the new chrome polish they have, and it literally, in the ad, it looked like metal. Yeah, definitely email it to me. I'd love to see that. Let me know that when you do email it. So, because for whatever reason, my Gmail, it doesn't update. And I've missed a couple of emails. I do like the Born Pretty. I'm a sucker for brushes. And I don't know if you can see, but it's got this little bit thicker, kind of rounder brush. And I like that because I can do one blop down the middle. I can really do just the 3 swipe coverage with this stuff. And I also like, I'll tell you, this Gelazé, I think it's called. This you can get at Sally's and on Amazon. It's about $10 or $11 a bottle, but this stuff has base coat in it, and this is a really nice one. I like this for the texture for doing some of the nail art and stuff like that. It's not real thick. It's kind of in between. It's not real runny, but it's also not super thick. And see, I've never tried the Rosalind. I've tried to get stuff that I don't have to order. That if I run out, I can just run up. But man, I'm telling you, after COVID, it is really, really hard to find anything in the stores that you don't have to order. I don't know if you can see, these are the little chromey with some little AB crystals. And the little guys. And I'm still, now this is a debate. This is something we're going to have to figure out one of these nights. How do you wear your nail art? Do you wear your nail art so that when you hold it like this, it's right out? Yeah. Yep, she did the Gabby Petito. I started watching her during the Dre McRae stuff because I was on Facebook. And I used to be a big follower of Dre McRae. And I started seeing everything topple down. And I quit watching her because I just couldn't watch the train wreck anymore. And then all of a sudden, I see her coming on Facebook asking for vegan, what do you call it? Vegan liquid diet, because he was on a liquid diet. Yeah, facing out. Okay. I had someone else tell me the other day that they always wear theirs. I mean, it's preference. And like if people order custom nails off the website or even in person, then I do it however they want it. But I always do facing out so that if you're holding it out like this, or like if you have a bow, the bow comes down this way. She is another creator, Molly Golightly. Some people like her, some people don't. She is very vocal about her opinions, and if people don't like her, she doesn't put up with much. Yeah, she was Big Juicy on Wife Swap. She had the nanny named Princess, and she actually, funny story enough, where her wife swap was here in Michigan, over near Kalamazoo, over near where Driver is from originally, where he grew up. And, you know, I think she had previously was part of a crowd that sometimes was did things in maybe not the right way. But the person that I have met and become friends with, I've had lots of people commenting on stuff, warning me about this, that. And honestly, she's been one of the greatest friends I've ever had. She has never talked about me behind my back. She's never, well, I guess if it was behind my back, I wouldn't know though, right? Yeah. But I mean, she's always had, as far as advice, given me my best interest. She, I probably should put that up. See, I got so excited over this. Oh, let me find it. Actually, that's what I can do too. Whoop, I put the wrong me down. Let me just do this real quick. Oh, I have 1,000 windows open, I swear. So here is this. Then let me copy and paste this. And this, well, that's it. I think most of the people that have had issues with her, that I've met or that have come up to me, or come to me, have been people that I have found out because I am an investigator. I will never judge you for what someone else says about you. You have to prove who you are to me. And yeah, so did you? Oh, wow. And see, she was out there too. Yeah. Yeah, Leland's still alive. It was the other son. And now I heard that, yeah, he was short. He had the beard and he had it was like it was always like his hair was like shaved up the sides of the back, but he had the long on top. You are too cool, Puffin. You're totally cool. Only cool people are allowed here. Did you see? That's why we had to kick out that KT. Totally uncool. It is uncool to call a woman a CUNT. Okay? I'm just saying. So maybe they were British, because I think over in the UK they call people that all the time and it's no big deal, but it's a big deal in here. Did he? Oh my gosh. Yes, he did. That's right. He did. Yeah, he would drive one and then Beth would drive the other. Yep. Now, what is going on with his son? His other son? Is it his son or is it his stepson that had that incident on? Was it Super? It wasn't Super Bowl. It was before that. It was a football game or something where they were. His young son ended up accidentally getting shot. Oh, see, being a hairdresser, stepson. Okay. See, being a hairdresser for so many years, I am really good at reading people, especially women. And that's one of the things that we laugh about with is Marissa's always like, AKA Molly, she's always like, oh, you were right. You were right about certain people that have come into her life that have created havoc and junk. And well, but like I said, I've known her for 2 years and she's been nothing but a good, caring, great friend. Now, I haven't borrowed money from her. I haven't asked her to, to cash at me anything or anything like that. And usually the people that have issues with her she's done something nice for them and they've turned around and done her really, really dirty, so. Okay, so is that, well, and one of their daughters was killed in a car accident, but then there's baby Lisa too, right? And see, I always wondered about I don't get along with a lot of, I get along, but I don't like a lot of women because I don't like, and they're not women like any of you in here. They're women that are constantly plotting and scheming and trying to one up somebody, that they're only friends with people that they're in competition with, or I don't know. Oh yeah, the younger son does look like him. And was it baby Lisa that was in the car accident, or was that another daughter? Because baby Lisa, I thought, had come when Beth was still alive. Like, she came and started living with them and stuff. Yeah, Mean Girls. Exactly. I don't have time for Mean Girls. And really and truly, you don't have to get back at somebody like that, because living like that every day. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm the same way, Puffin. I understood. Yeah, I understood what you meant. Totally. Okay, another daughter. Okay. But that's just it. Those people, and this is something that Molly says all the time too. You don't have to get back at those people. You don't have to do anything, because can you imagine living that negative, poopy life like that? See, I can't remember her name either. I'm trying to think, and see, we got too much in our brain. I always say that my brain is like a junk drawer, and you can only put too much stuff in the front before stuff starts falling out the back. It's officially fall. And again, being postmenopausal, being a mom, all that, I'm just, ugh. Exactly. That's my favorite kind of night. I don't have to go out and party and be in the middle of all this stuff anymore. I'm absolutely fine with getting a nice icy Coke Zero, sitting on my front porch in my big wicker chair and just talking with friends, relaxing, chilling. I don't want any of that stuff anymore. I'm too old. I'm too tired. It's too expensive. It's just, I'm into Walmart sundresses in the summer, maybe a wine cooler here or there. Usually I don't even do that because it just hurts my head. It makes me tired. And you know what we didn't have in here tonight? And he's always really good for conversations. Maybe he was busy. I saw him earlier today, but his name was Check, or he goes by One also. He was having some good conversations with us, so I hope we didn't scare him off with all this. He was bored with all of the live streaming, but yeah, that's what I have found is everybody that's ever hurt me, made me angry, done me wrong, they're living that negative life, and that catches up with you. And my grandmother always told me is that hate in your heart will consume you. And it's true. I can walk around hating somebody, but they're over there living their best life and they're not feeling it. It's not giving them wrinkles. It's not giving them a stomach ache or a headache or making them grind their teeth. It's me. So, exactly, Puffin. That's the way to go. You just chill. Just you have a small circle of people and well, that was something when I first started my channel, advice was given to me to go on a lot of these channels and try to network, try to meet people, try to this, try to that. But I just kept seeing people fighting and arguing. And I thought, you know what I am going to do. And maybe some of you have been there. I don't judge if you go in a chat and you say your piece and you whatever. I don't judge. But I like the fact that I have grown very slowly on my channel. But I feel like everybody that I want people here that want to be here because they want to enjoy, they want to have these great conversations like we did tonight. And that is what I missed about working in the salon, was being able to do my fun stuff that I like to do and be able to talk with people and see. I mean, I met people from every walk of life. There were teachers, there were cops, there were doctors, there were lawyers, there were garbage men, there were midwives, there were psychiatrists. I mean, it was just Barbara Kate. Okay. And that was an older daughter. She was older than baby Lisa. Oh gosh, I'd love that. I would love that, Puffin. That would be awesome. I'm sure everybody else would like to hear about that too. Especially the Dog the Bounty Hunter and Gabby Petito. Because that was something that something really weird happened. And, there's all this controversy over that still. But when they were all searching the preserve, Dog had gone to Cabo, I think it was, or one of the islands. They were going to look at some islands. Now, in the very, very beginning, when all of this happened, it was before they found Gabby. It was when they couldn't find him. I think it was before they found Gabby, or right after if it was. But there was a video. See, right after Gabby went missing, I followed both of them on Instagram. And it was their personal pages. It was what they were, and he was posting. And I saw that last picture that she posted, the odd picture. The picture that her hair was shorter than it was in the most recent pictures we'd seen of her, and it had a pumpkin in the back. And she wasn't dressed for the weather that they were currently having, so that was odd. But on his Instagram, and it was his Instagram, it was no one else's, there was a video that popped up that was about less than a minute long, and it was of a boat, the bow of a boat, and there was a boot or a shoe or something sticking off the edge, and it was a man, and he was saying, "I'm sorry I did this. I'm sorry to my mother. I'm sorry to Gabby. I'm sorry I will never, to my family. I hope someday I'll be able to see you again." And we'll see. Then there's all this stuff with Dog and the Sebastian Rogers, and I don't know if he was involved or if he saw what a mess it was and he backed off. Yes, him on the boat. Yes. And then all of a sudden it was gone. And not a lot of people saw that, but it was on his page. He posted it. He posted it. All these people were like, oh, his page got hacked and this and that. And then all of a sudden, once they found Gabby, the IG account was gone. And I wished I would have screenshotted it. I would have recorded it, something. I'm so glad someone else saw that, because I talk about that and everybody's like, you don't know what you're talking about. Yes. He was saying goodbye. And then that's why I was wondering if that's why Dog went out there to those islands, because everybody's like, what is he doing? What is he doing going to those islands? And I kept thinking, because he had to have seen that video. Oh, thank goodness. So see, I've got someone to prove I am not crazy. I saw that video. I kept telling Marissa about it. I'm like, it's a real video. Because she believes, because she was out there that day that they found him. She believes he's off somewhere. I mean, you have the cousin dentist that does the dental identity. That was another thing too. She had come out saying something about a pew-pew. And all the reports were saying, no, there was nothing found. Stop saying that. You're spreading false information. And then here it comes out, when everything comes out, that yes, there was a pew-pew. And she's like, how did I know that? I was literally standing right there. And she had talked to one of the deputies, like one of the law enforcement that was out there. And it was no joke. I mean, anyone that knows her knows that she can get almost anybody to talk to her. See, at that time, I didn't know how to screen record. I didn't know how to do any of it. Well, and the other funny thing is, and I understand the water and all that stuff, but searchers were just there. How do his parents know how to walk right there? How does his dad know to walk right there and find the waterproof backpack? I mean, how? I believe that same thing, Puffin. I believe that was his goodbye. That was it. And it got crap. And then, yep. Hi, Auntie. How you doing? And that's it. The notebook that made it in the water. They had the big old long thing. The letter that she sent him that is just, okay, I'm a boy mom. I love my boys more than anything in the whole world. I am fierce when it comes to protecting them. But that letter was weird, okay? It was just weird. The burn after reading letter, weird, creepy. Oh, I believe that too. I believe that they knew. I think he called them that night. They knew he was on his way home. And they were already in battle mode of figuring this out. He got a new phone. He got all that stuff. He left the car there. Oh, definitely, Hunty. We are so stuck on this case. According to someone named KT, we got it all wrong, but but that's just it. That's what's so great about everyone in here. We don't have it wrong. We might not have it right, but we don't have it wrong either. We don't know. Nobody knows. And oh, it's just scary. Well, that's it. They lawyered up to their good friend in New York, wasn't it? Wasn't that where he was from? The family friend lawyer who had spoken to Brian, said that he spoke to Brian. I love my sons, but if they ever did something like that to a woman, to a girlfriend or whatever, to anyone, I would be saying, I love you, but you're taking accountability for this. You did this, and, one of those deals where you have to pay the piper. Well, exactly. One of us is right. Exactly, Stone. See, that's what I'm wondering, Hunty. We are too. That's one of our things. Did the brother-in-law, knowing that this other guy, Although now that I look head on at that picture, I don't think that's Dominic Evans. There's something with one of Dominic's eyes that I don't think is the same, but who knows? Who knows, you know? People can look different from. I have 5 pictures of myself on this computer, and I look different in every single one. And if you didn't know me, you might think they were different people. So, you know, that's what I'm wondering. Did the brother-in-law... Oh, that police footage after the argument in the Gabby Petito, that... Oh, that bugged me. She had scratches on her, and she was... And maybe these police officers just weren't that versed. Maybe, I mean, I don't know. Maybe they had their reasons for letting them go, that they didn't think it was that. But, oh, my gosh, if they had just... Oh, she had just gone home that day. None of this would happen. And see, that's what I'm thinking. I mean, if you've got... You know, if you've got either a friend or maybe he's in a band. I mean, you know, who knows who you meet in a bar at night? You just don't know. You don't know who he knows. And he could be a perfectly nice guy most times, except for this one thing, because they are having money issues. And that's scary to people. And people, money, sex, and rugs. Those are the 3 things that get you in big trouble in life. Well, and see, oh, did he, Puffin? I did not know that. That's probably, yeah. Can you imagine knowing that if they had just stopped them, if they had just if they had just taken one of them to jail or gotten her out of there, taken him to jail. But I mean, maybe they thought that that it was just not that big of a deal. But I don't know, listening to Gabby talk in that car. But again, I mean, if you are a survivor of any kind of, you know, physical, mental abuse, anything like that, then you do have you can spot that face, that emotion. Well, and that's it. It's just with the not giving the evidence over to the FBI. It's just such a big ego thing that I just feel like if it really wasn't about him, that from day one, this is what bugs me, the very first press conference that he had, he was talking about some piece of equipment and that they needed funding for it. And it almost sounded like it was an argument that had been, or a discussion that had been being had before the press conference started, and he kind of finished it out on the air. And he says, but there's another different time, different place, said something like that. And I just thought, that's so inappropriate to talk about right now. It's just, nobody needs that. Nobody, what do I want to say? Like, exactly. This should be about finding this woman and helping this family, no matter whether or not someone in this family is guilty or not. Finding this woman first. And yes, yeah, we watched that a little while ago. I watched the whole thing. I gotta find the link to the whole thing. But yeah, and then come to find out, he's been investigated for there was the other thing, the helicopter pilot, when they said they didn't have a and he had said, I believe he said something about that during that first press conference about the helicopter pilot not being available. Well, come to find out, they had gotten an argument, and he got angry at this officer, and his punishment was putting him on patrol. So that's why he was not available to fly the helicopter. Okay, well then when Border Patrol came and said, you can use ours, and he said, no, thank you. Like, that I don't know. We haven't seen any footage of them checking the pool or anything like that. Well, that's it. Because what they say, 3 times now they've gone to Annie's. Now, the first time was consensual search. Okay. But why? Unless, is this the FBI having to say like stuff like we are? Like, did you do this? Did you do that? Did you do that? Well, no. All right, let's go back and do it. You know, I mean, well, see, he is, that's the problem too. He has been in some trouble and questioned about like election fraud. He's an elected official. But, oh, you know it's going to be a Lifetime movie. You know it will. But the problem is, I guess during the last election, he won by only 468 votes. So close election. But I guess the other person that was running against him, he put on a leave of absence. And so he kind of threw the election anyway to where he was going to win it. And just kind of little underhanded stuff like that. The chief of Pima County, the previous chief, I think it was, got in trouble for he was using money from, what was it? He was using money from RICO lawsuits or from the drug crimes and things to like redo his home. So that Pima County Sheriff, the whole department has got a lot of kind of dishonest. That I don't know. Oh yeah, I mean this has been since like, what was it, 2016? So 10 years that some of the stuff has been going on with him, that there's been these words of, of some, not quite cool doings going on, and that he has a very big ego and he doesn't like to share. That's what I'm wondering too. I don't know if they can just come in and take over. I mean, they do on TV, but I don't know if that's exactly how it works, or if they have to like if the sheriff would have to bow out and say, which I don't understand why he wouldn't. I just don't get that. I mean, to me, again, if you're not in it to be a superstar, if you're just in it, if you're in it to really help people, then to me, being able to say, hey, we can't do this, please come in, that's a hero. That I'm not sure. I haven't seen any on the maps that they've showed. I mean, there's the pools, but we've seen that. And something I read today said that, well, it was from last week, but it said that her doctor's office was still receiving a signal from the heart monitor, or from not the heart monitor, the pacemaker, that it was still active and working, and that they would receive some kind of notice if the patient had died. So it doesn't mean the pacemaker stops, but it means that whatever other vitals are not being picked up by the pacemaker. And I still don't understand why, if it's sending signal, I mean, unless it just takes that much time to get to where it's at, that by the time the doctor's office gets the information, it can't be tracked. I mean, I don't know. It'd be nice if, because from what I understood is that different kinds of pacemakers have different capabilities. Some can send like Bluetooth signals out, some don't. Well, I assume if they all of a sudden stopped getting signals from it, they would know that it stopped. Yeah, and that's why they said that's why they believe that her family still believes that she's alive, and why this other I think it was that sheriff that Brian Enton had interviewed had said that that's why they believe she is still alive, is because it's still showing that it's still working. Oh, no worries. I get excited. That's excited typing, and I can totally read that. Well, that's what I'm wondering. Oh, I know. Yeah, I saw that. That's what, and let me tell you, because that's what's been, this is not going to be a tearful thing. This is going to be a Kavelchi thing. I am so sick and tired of the amount of mail that is still coming to my mother's mailbox. And a lot of it is all like, it's just junk mail. It's just all this stuff from the Democratic Party, the Republican Party, the Libertarian Party, St. Jude, Wounded Warrior, Fraternal Order of Police, Ronald, I mean, all this. I'm like, oh my gosh. Well, that's something that, if you watch that whole interview with Brian Enton, that's what they believe, that officer believes across the border, that would be their best bet, that where she is, like, I don't know if you guys watched the end or if you saw it all. It was Tuesday night when JLR drove from, I can't remember if he was at Annie's or if he was at Nancy's, but still, okay, not too far down the road. And he drove all the way there. It said an hour, but he and Brian Etten got there at 40 minutes. So they drove like 100 miles an hour. But so let's say an hour away. They get her in the car, and this detective that he was talking to, this ex-sheriff said, he said, there are spots on the border. Oh, thanks, Hunty. Yeah, it was 5 days after my birthday. We were supposed to go take her to get a pedicure that day and go out to lunch for my birthday, and it just was not in the cards. So, but they said there's places on the border that both sides, U.S. and the Mexican side, Border Patrol, don't really care, patrol, watch, and people know where to get in and out. I mean, the stuff that's coming in our country comes in from somewhere. Yeah, Rio Rico. Yep, Rio Rico. And it's right there by Nogales and the border. The border's right there. So it would be so easy. So easy. And they said it would be better for them actually to be in Mexico with her, because you're less likely to get caught, to get found. You can put her in a house somewhere. They can get the medications that they need secretly. You know, I mean, we learned from Dre how easy it is to get anything you want if you just cross the border in the right spot. And it's right there. I mean, so it'd be easy. It's just, oh yeah, it was rough. It was actually the day that, and I'm not talking the political part of this, but I had to get the police come to the house because I couldn't get in the house. And it was while I was sitting there, I was just sitting there. We had to wait for the medical examiner to come in because she had passed away overnight. And the moment he got there was the moment the moment the police officer walked in, or was standing out there talking to me, my phone started dinging, going nuts. And it was that Charlie Kirk had been shot. And so, like, what a day. What a day. I mean, just. Well, and so you think, too, if you go over across the border, yeah, they pay somebody, threaten somebody. I mean, you just don't know who you really don't know who these people are. And they don't have to be cartel to be bad, harmful people, and I mean, anybody that would do anything to an 84-year-old woman, they're not good people. Even if they were just, let's say they didn't mean to hurt her. Let's say they just were going to break in. That's horrible. They took advantage of the fact that she was by herself and that she would be scared and she wouldn't do anything. And just what an evil, evil, selfish person to have to do something like that. It's just wow. I do too. I think she's over the border. I think that if she's alive, that's her best chance. That's where she is. The only other thing is that this was botched and she got hurt right in that house. But I don't think so, though. And I think she got hurt there. But they're not talking about like a scene. Like, they didn't believe that she was not alive anymore. So to me, that says whatever blood or DNA or whatever was left in there was not enough. Oh my gosh, really, Puffin? That's scary. See, we don't know. And that's another thing. So the night before when she was dropped off, first it was Annie and Tommaso dropped her off. Then it was being said that it was just Tommaso. Then the sheriff said, well, you know what? We're just going to say family. And that's what's been printed ever since, was family. So we don't know. Was there someone else at that dinner that night? There was talk of a story, and I have not heard it for myself, but that Savannah told about growing up and playing with another cousin that they had. This cousin sounds kind of weird. And this cousin always liked to play kidnapper, ransom games. And well, and see, that's it. Maybe she just got scraped on her way out the door on them. Maybe she stumbled and bumped herself because she was on blood thinners because of the pacemaker. And yep, they're married. They got married. It was shortly after he got here. I can't find the timeline again of when he came from Italy to here and then they got married, but it wasn't. So that was why one of the channels I was watching the other day asked, did she meet him online? Do they really know who this guy is? But then you hear from the neighbor that came to talk to JLR yesterday that everybody just loves Tommaso, that everyone at school loves him. They're all rooting for him, that he's just a very sweet man. And, we haven't seen him talk. We haven't heard his demeanor. People have talked about his dark music and everything like that, but people can write very dark music because that is part of their persona. And then they can still be a sweet, kind, caring person on the other part. They really are just words. I mean, they don't, and we don't know if he wrote those songs or who wrote them. Yeah, and see, that's it. Thin hair, thin skin, blood thinners. I mean, it's just not good. Australia, I don't know who. Tommaso's from Italy. Did I say Australia? Oh, mine is too. I have not been into. I got really into the Sebastian Rogers case, and it got just, it just broke my heart. It broke my heart, and I just couldn't. It turned into so much more than it ever should have, and I couldn't do that anymore. And so I try to keep remembering him, try to keep an eye out wherever I am, but yes, I did hear that, Puffin. That was said to be, from what I heard, like friends or something like that were going in, friends, or maybe they could have been like plainclothes officers or something, but they were going in to get like possibly getting like personal items from the home so that the family didn't have to show up there. So I was trying so hard to see what that thing in the plastic bag was, because you couldn't really see in the paper bag. But oh yeah, that's that was horrible. Yeah, Savannah was born here. Yeah, they all were. They were born here. They lost their father when they were 16, or when she was 16. When Savannah was 16, she lost her father. And then the mother was just, I don't believe she ever got remarried. She just worked hard her whole life, and she went to work at University of Arizona so her kids could get a college education for free or discounted, at least, Joe. But is that what that was? The one that had the handles on it? Maybe that's it. Honestly, maybe they had some food that was going to go bad. They said, hey, go pick this up for us. Maybe they had some steaks. Because they haven't been there. The last time that we saw them was when Annie and Tommaso left in the car, and I'm assuming to go to wherever they're kind of hiding out. Now, somewhere I saw that Savannah's husband gave a tearful plea or a sad plea about Nancy, but we haven't heard anything else. Now, I could see the brother not wanting his kids to be known publicly, his wife to be known publicly, but Annie and Tommaso, we already know who you are. And I don't understand him not being there with his hand on her shoulder, kind of supporting her, whatever. Maybe there's a reason. Maybe they were told not to do that. We just don't know. Oh, that Micah Miller's case, that was so sad. I wonder, maybe I saw you, because I watched a couple of those protests. I watched the one that was across the street from where he lived, I think it was. Oh, I do too. And I don't know, I do too, Hunty, and I don't know if she outright knows something or if it's one of those things where she suspects but doesn't want to completely accept it. Oh, definitely, yeah. Definitely, Puffin. That sounds like fun. Because I didn't watch a lot of that case, so I would be very interested in learning about it. I'm sure, look at all the crime junkies we met in here tonight. I really am loving it. I'm just so excited that I got to meet all you guys, because really I had a very, very small circle of people that I felt like I could talk to with this stuff. And everybody else seemed like they kind of went off into all this drama stuff. And I'm tough, but I'm not that tough. I can't do that. I just can't have a steady diet of that all the time. And they're all just hurting each other. But see, that's what I feel. I feel like, yeah, like deep down, she's sitting there going, did you do this? Really? Oh, definitely, definitely. Well, in another case that I'm going to be covering, gosh, I'm trying to think of when it's supposed to be. Is it August? That whole thing, ooh. Well, make sure I know that date and I will stick around so we can I can do updates for you and stuff. That would be really cool. But at least I think I am. It depends on what happens. But I think it's August. I have to double check. August or October. Nick Carter goes to court for that Melissa Schumann accusing him of R. And I've been following along on this case, and all of these people that she brought in as witnesses are now falling apart and saying that this didn't happen. They're backtracking. And he's now suing her for defamation. Oh, is that the mother that was wearing the wigs? What was her name? I did see a little bit of that. I did. Yeah, definitely. I mean, yes, that was heartbreaking. Oh, it is. The drama stuff is just, forget it. Now I've got my little buddy that comes and privacy reports me once a month, but she's been gone for a while, so maybe she's moved on to somebody else. Still doesn't get it that I didn't dox her. I didn't do anything wrong. She lied and she got called out for it and she didn't like it. So go away, you know? Yeah. This poor Sebastian kid, I just, they've just turned that so upside down that, in fact, speaking of that, that Sebastian Rogers, Bullhorn Betty is supposed to be, I think she's got to go back to court with the Proudfoots, which are Sebastian's mother and stepfather, who have, well, 4 of the family members have restraining orders against Bullhorn Betty. And I believe she's got to go back to court for that, like, soon. Is it this week, maybe? I'm not sure. So that's something else that's going to be interesting, is what happens with that. If they're going to continue those restraining orders, or, oh, yeah. Oh, it's been, shoo, she went a little off the deep end. And see, I don't know. You know, she could have been the last, being 84. Maybe she was the youngest in her family. And I know it's late. We're all starting to look alike in here, right? I thought about that too. Where's all the family? Where's people saying he did not do this or she did not do this? I mean, maybe they don't believe that they have to, but unless they're protecting the family so that they don't have, JLR on their front porch, knocking. And well, some of the friends have talked to some people because they knew about the church thing. But Like, I know with my mom, like, she had friends, but at 77, they really didn't go out and do much. They didn't. She would see her friends in the morning at McDonald's, for their little breakfast sandwiches once in a while. But that really was it. I mean, she really, if it weren't for my sons and I, she really was completely alone. And family, they're all living, our family lives all over the United States. And people that don't live by you easily forget about you. Okay, so maybe she had a daytime. Oh, well, there you go. Annie. Okay. John Bain. I'll have to look at that. I haven't heard of that one. See, I don't know, Stone. You might be right. Yeah, I've been trying to hop on and stream him. And he said we can use his streams for this. We can review him, we can go through the stuff, we can watch it. He just wants to get this out there. Well, and really, I mean, it's helped him too, because he got over 500,000 subscribers within. I mean, when he started this and he got out there, he was at 440, and then like 2 or 3 days later, boom, I went on there, I looked, and it was 506,000. He said he didn't even realize it. He just been out there, boots on the ground, and oh wow. Well, see, that's it. So he's not losing anybody. He's not losing, and a couple of his lives, there's 1 million views. Well, and now people are going around. There's somebody accusing everybody of using bots, but it's not. It's just this story. There are so many people that are attached to this story. Like, my videos are getting like 2,000 views, 1.7, and I wasn't there. I was at I was below 1,000. I think a couple of my videos made it above 1,000. That was it. But well, and that's it. Yeah. Family and friends list was short. There wasn't a lot of people that, well, that's it. There's a lot of people who wouldn't let that happen. There's people out there that wouldn't let that happen. But, and I know, and I've gotten people coming in here telling me, the good and the bad about him. And like, I don't know him. I mean, I'm not going to church with him. I'm not having a Diet Coke on the porch with him. I'm just watching his coverage. And it's been great, because I couldn't do that. That we've got somebody out there all day long. And I mean, he's been there. And like we said the other night, the only people that saw it was me and Ikadmel, I think, was live. JLR was live, of course. And like one other person, when they took that trip when he went running off to Rio Rico to watch this guy get pulled over, his house get searched, all that stuff. I'm like, we got to see the entire thing that a lot of people didn't get to see. And that was because of him. So, yeah, I'm thankful to him. I mean, he's never, I don't know him. I'm not affiliated with him. We don't talk. I don't talk in his chat, anything. But I thought it was nice of him to let us use this, Well, that's just it. That's exactly it. And I wish the sheriff saw that. We all have talents, and and that's it. Exactly. Well, and see, that's it. Well, that was what was funny, is when I first did it, Marissa was packing to leave, and all of a sudden I get this text, and she's like, stop. She's like, he's got copyright tools. He's going to bust you. He's going to do this. He's going to do that. And I'm like, no. He said it's okay. It's like, I would never, ever play somebody's live like that if I didn't have permission. There's never in a million years. I wouldn't take the chance. My channel is too important to me. This is connected to my business. It's just way too important to me. So So yeah. So I think it's great. And I haven't streamed because I don't go from morning to night. I will take chunks. I'll go on for a little while and then I have to stop and go do the mom thing, the wifey thing, all that stuff. And then I wait till everybody's in bed and I come back and I go back on, check and see. And we usually try to do an update. Anything's gone on. I wait to see who comes in. And really, it's been great. We've had a lot of great people in here. And literally in 3 days of me doing this, 3 or 4 days, literally only 2 trolls. Well, see, that's me too. During the day, my oldest goes to school. My youngest still isn't in school. So like today, what I did was my office is in the basement off of a family room. So I just had, because I knew we weren't going to be talking about anything that was, inappropriate or anything like that. So I just set him up with all his toys and his TV shows in there. And I went and put this on. So, I know, me too, Puffin. And it's 3:16 right now. And that's what I try to do. That's part of it. That's one of the reasons why I wanted to do, why I want part of my channel to be a true crime channel, because I saw so much misinformation put out by people. And I really do try. I know that person that came in said that I was completely wrong about everything. And, well, that's what I figure. If all else fails, my little guy will lay down in bed with me. I can put a movie on, like a Disney movie on, or the tablet or something, and we'll snuggle and take a little nap before Big Brother gets home. Big Brother has to do an SAT clinic tomorrow morning to get them prepped for SATs, and he's not happy about it. But exactly. And if I'm wrong, I'll absolutely say I'm wrong. And if you hear me saying something wrong, then let me know. We'll look it up and we'll find out the truth together. Like, I have no problem. I don't have a problem being wrong. I have a problem being called the C word, but I don't have a problem being wrong. So, but on that note, I really should get to bed. We should all get to bed. And, oh, that's sweet Valentine's Day. Well, at least something good happened on that day. It's one of those double-edged swords. Yeah, I have no problem with being corrected. Not at all. But yeah, so I am going to get off here. I'm going to get all this stuff buttoned back up. I am going to get a lunch pack because I know I won't feel like doing it at 6:30 in the morning. And I'm going to lay down and try and get a little bit of, oh my gosh. Oh, that's so sweet. That is special, Puffin. That's really special. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Stone. Thanks, everybody. Oh, good night, Hunty. Yeah, it has been nice chatting to everybody. You guys, I'm really appreciative of you guys. I really found. So, yeah, if you haven't, give me a thumbs up. Hit that sub button. Hit that notification button so you know when I go live so we can all come on and, have some fun. And, yeah, I definitely will. It will be later on. It will be definitely after like 8, 9 o'clock. It's going to be like a late night party because I've got to get little guy in, bathed and in bed. And depending on, we don't know if driver we never know on Saturdays if he's got to do runs on Saturdays or not, but it will be late. And yeah, I enjoyed it too, Bryson family. I really did. Miss you too, girl. So, well, that's it. My oldest will be at his dad's house. My youngest will be in bed. So as long as I get him in bed, get all of our showers and everything, and then we'll figure out what driver's doing. But because I know driver will want to be listening and talking too. So yeah, like I said, it's awesome to meet all you guys. Don't be strangers. Depending on what goes on tomorrow, I might be on. I'll try and stream some of this if we've got anything up to date going on. And yeah, other than that, thank you so much for being one of the best chats I've ever been in. Seriously, this has been literally the best live I've ever done, I think, because we just have had so much fun and just had, such a great talk. And I love all your guys' ideas. I love all of the things that you've brought, the facts you've brought, and yeah, just thank you, thank you, thank you. So, oh, I forgot. I'm on StreamYard, so I don't have to stand up and I don't have to put my boops in the camera to shut it off. So, and I'm glad I figured this out this way. So, yeah, I can do something like that. I can still work and stream at the same time. And Godfather will be happy because she'll get to see me doing nails while I'm talking true crime. Because I think the true crime, my youngins that I have on here, they want to see the flashing nails. They don't care about the true crime. So we'll do something for them, and then we'll talk all the. Well, I didn't even realize I'm apparently got the boom. So yeah, so now I'm the true crime, Clawz, and Boops channel. So that's awesome, Puffin. So, all right. Again, thank you guys so much. Peace, love, and Clawz, y'all. Have a great night, morning, great Friday. Until I see you again. Bye. Thanks, everybody. I really do appreciate everything today. Thank you. Good night.